How we doing there, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. Hope everybody is well. Just getting last things ready, namely coffee. Once the coffee is done, we're ready to go. How's everybody doing this morning? Are we good? Are we good? Are we enjoying life? We should be. Waking up playing video games. No complaints from me. Who we got in this morning? Chili, welcome in. Good morning, good morning. I love your little sofa emotes, by the way. Your sofa emotes are very cool. Tammy Trader, good morning, good morning. Lady Daisy, welcome in as well. Extending that stream streak. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I do indeed. There's you may notice there's a couple of new little bonus things popping around. I've had some words with the guys over at Zygore, considering we use their add-on and, dare I say it, promote their add-on quite heavily. I had some words with the guys at Zygore, and they hooked you guys up with a bit of a discount, which is very nice. So if any of you are in two minds about using Zygore, or at least trying it out, now it's a touch cheaper. How can I make this, move this a touch? There we go. Something like that. Something like that. Let's put you in place. Yeah, so whilst I could in theory, and should in theory, be a little bit more focused on actually leveling something, I want to get a few last things done on my main hunter. We were collecting some runes yesterday. We didn't quite finish off all the runes. Secondly, I do kind of want to level my paladin a little bit. My mage, I only need to get my mage to 26 for me to be semi-happy. If I can get my mage to 26, it means I can cap out 2 professions on the mage. That's like my main priority for my alts now. I don't think I'm going to devote quite as much time as I intended to Season of Discovery. I think trying to keep 3 characters capped, geared, runed, all of the above is probably a little bit above my pay grade at the moment. I don't think I'm going to devote that much time to Season of Discovery, especially as I know in the next few coming months, shit's going to get busy. Soon as we get alpha, soon as we get beta, soon as we get close into the summer, 1, real life for me gets busier, 2, gaming generally gets a bit busier. So I'm not suspecting that I'll be able to spend, or split my time, should I say, across so many different mini projects. Feels a little defeated by student fodder. Turns out I have 38 quests in Stranglethorn. Oh, plus 38 Veil quests in Stranglethorn, but I'm only 34. Yeah, that's going to be a touch difficult in Season of Discovery. You do kind of want to focus. If you're level 34, you kind of want to be doing level 32 quests, generally. Too bad, just bought Zygore lately with a fellow streamer's code. I would have used yours instead if it was there. Good that you got it now anyways. Hey, I'm sure Mr. GM will love that. Educated guess, should we say. Right, let me grab my coffee. I think my coffee's almost done, and I'll be back in 2. Alrighty. Not a bad guess. I'm a clever man. Right. Okay. I was hunting down something yesterday. We left it here yesterday. I can't remember what it was we were doing. Rune of Invigoration. We were just on our way back to actually get the rune, I think, weren't we? Secondly, you know what I didn't do? I didn't fix this business. Somebody said delete a cache folder and then it fixes itself. This is risky business. Hang on. Now I need to remember where the hell I installed World of Warcraft. I think it's in here. Classic era cache. Boop. Okay, I guess we got to log out of this first. Boop. And it's gone. God, let's hope that didn't break too much, right? I guess we'll see. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Give me my rune! Oh, it's thinking about it. It's thinking about it. It's made a new folder. Nothing looks any different. It's a good start. Nothing looks different. Can we open it? Hurrah! It's the right thing now. Yay! Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Engraved Boots Trap Launcher was added to your collection. Genius. Right. That's one problem I should have fixed yesterday that I didn't. Okay. Let's get the boat to Booty Bay. It does mean that I want to now look at the leveling paths and options a little differently. I want to do a couple of tests, if I'm honest, because I want to make sure. I've kind of passively previously just talked about Zygore. You know, I've had an affiliate link, but I've never really sort of promoted it or pushed it. I want to make sure that if I am going to put my name behind this, that it is as rock solid as I believe it is. Now, technically, this due diligence should probably be done prior, but I'm not actually sponsored by Zygore. They were just kind enough to give you guys a code, so you get it a bit cheaper. I'm quite sure they do actually like sponsor some streamers officially and content creators and the likes, but actually one thing I do want to do is I want to test it from, or should I say one thing I've praised it for? I've praised it for the fact that it knows I'm a hunter and it tells me to do hunter things, which I wouldn't necessarily have instantly thought of, such as like, you know, training up my pet and picking up arrows when it knows we're going to go on a massive grind and this sort of stuff. I want to test it. This is why I want to level my paladin, because I want to see if it does the same sort of thing, but from a paladin perspective as well, or whether it's just that the dev just happened to be a hunter and so the hunter experience is quite good. This is something I want to test. I also have a suggestion for them. I don't know if they're going to implement anything like this because I don't know if it's worth their time or effort. But one thing I would really want Zygore to implement is a completionist level guide. Because at the moment, the leveling experience is great. It takes you all the way to 60, by the looks of things, in a pretty optimal route. It gives you class quest progress. It gives you runes if we're doing Season of Discovery. The extra zones, what I want them to do is I want them to do this, but for every zone. They have the info, I think, technically. I guess there's testing it is a sizably more difficult problem though. Because in retail, there is a Zygore guide for every quest you can ever find ever. And it basically means you can 100% zones. Now that, to me, sounds very appealing, especially if you're playing something like hardcore, where you probably do want to just methodically complete zones. Now, I know vanilla doesn't quite work in that way, that you can't complete a zone because many of the quests are breadcrumb quests that tell you to go and do other things. And there is a bunch of quests that you have to traverse the entire goddamn planet to actually complete, which I like, by the way. I kind of wish retail nowadays would do more of that. There's way too much of go into a zone, complete the quests in a zone, and then move on to the next zone. And there's seemingly like not much of a link between them. But it would be nice if there was ways and means to just say, right, I want to spend an afternoon in this zone. What can I do in this zone to just complete everything? Which would be quite a nice feature, I think. Why is it now? Oh, no, of course, we're still on the boat. That's fine. Are we flying? There is so much we can do in Booty Bay, look. So many quests. There's a couple of... there's the Green Hills and the Panther Mastery up north we can still do. I'm just thinking the fact that we have like 10 gold to our name, which is actually really sad. For somebody that prides themselves on being pretty good at making gold, I have none of it. Like, quite literally none of it. Entirely my own fault, though, because I haven't devoted any time to making any of it. Kahani, my man, welcome in. 15 stream streak. You guys have got some good streaks on the go. Appreciate those. Appreciate those. Why am I running on foot? Oh, because I can't mount here. That's probably why. This is a tune. Not heard this for a long time. This should be, if I think about it, is this the last actual rune that I properly want to use right now? I want to get all the runes because I feel bad for, in phase 1, the fact that I didn't get all the runes, and I'm probably going to end up chasing my tail now because of it. So that's definitely something I want to do. But there's lots of things I want to do. Hey Strecky, how we doing? Welcome in. Innkeeper, how we doing? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Really needed those extra 450 coffee beans. My man, I'm so sorry. I'm so poor with the coffee bean renewals. I've thought about just setting up like sound alerts again, and people can play like silly sounds and stuff over the stream. I know that's not the most creative of options, but I know a lot of people enjoy that sort of thing. My only problem is that most sound alerts are aggressively copyright music, which lends a problem. It would mean that Team YouTube would also have to be restricted from hearing the sound alerts, which I know is not the most interactive of experience for Team YouTube. So I apologise for Team YouTube, but unfortunately the rules are so much stricter on YouTube that you can't get away with half as much stuff. I've also noticed, I need to switch up the family friendly button. A good 50% of my streams now are being demonetized on YouTube, and I presume it's due to foul language. It's a tough world also streaming on YouTube because they're very strict. Out of curiosity, now, don't feel the need to actually 100% tell the truth if you don't want to, but how many coffee beans do some of you guys actually have? Because I'm quite sure some of you are getting into some silly high numbers. 385k, 60k, 200k. Yeah, see, this is what I thought, right? This is what I thought. I thought there's some absolutely ludicrous numbers knocking about over 700k. My man. Day 1 OG, though. Day 1 OG. I'd spend my 345 beans just for a sound clip of you farming peacocks for the knowledge point, yelling, "I just need one." Well, that was a clip. That's a clip on the channel already, I think. Yeah, I was very scared that people are getting close to a mil. So I need to figure out some better way to utilize those things. Figure it out in a way that can't be abused by the hands of powerful individuals, if you know what I mean. That's actually pretty wild. All I would clarify at this point is thank you. Like, there's only one way you've accrued that many channel points. So thank you for starters. But I definitely do need to do better. I'm aware of that for a fact. Trust, I will figure something out. There's a cool... Whoa, 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 whoa. Why am I hearing myself twice? You guys probably can't hear me twice, but I can. Ah, stop it! Go away! Hang on. Sorry. Unless... Yeah, I don't think you guys heard the double me. 1 million beans eat one of the promised hats. Look, I get things wrong occasionally. It happens. It happens to the best of us. It happens to the worst of us. Artisans Consortium says thank you for 10k gold. You can say that for 1 million beans. Yeah, 1 million bean redemption. Send a personal message to the CEO of Blizzard thanking them for their hard work. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. There was what I was trying to get to before my computer accidentally had a heart attack on me was that there's a cool little interactive plugin that's turned up on Twitch recently. I've not looked into it in too much detail, but it allows people to use bits and channel points to interact with certain games. And they actually have quite a library of games available already. Not World of Warcraft, unfortunately. But there are some cool things all the same. Cool games. So I thought maybe on Fridays or something I can set something up, a little something. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? I can't find where it's gone. Oh well, I'll find it later. Let's get this goddamn rune all of us. Oh, now we're going to swamp. Lord have mercy. This is a trek, isn't it? You can set redemption cooldowns and restrict once to like once per stream. Yeah. I'm aware there are some restrictions that can be put in place, which is good. I had to when I had one for deleting pets, which at the time I was actively trying to collect pets. I quickly got to the point where I was losing more pets than I was gaining. And I think I had that set at something silly like 50,000 channel points or something. And surprisingly, people had come out the woodwork from all angles with 50k points to delete one of my pets. It got a little out of hand. So that one unfortunately had to be retired because that was putting me in an awkward situation. I had to get in before I deleted something valuable, you know, spectral tiger cub or something. I saw somebody had a Twitch connection to Factorio. Donations could nuke his base or make flame turrets hostile. Nilaus, yeah, somebody made that specifically for him. There's one of his mods and long-time supporters, I think, actually programmed that for him. Nilaus has got some really cool Twitch interactions. I kind of should probably quiz him at some point to find out who it was that made them for him, because if they're willing to do it at reasonable rates, then we could figure something out. But yeah, it was quite clever. Now, obviously, some games lend to that more than others. World of Warcraft, unfortunately, doesn't particularly lend itself very well, in my opinion. There are some obvious ones, you know, randomize your transmog and delete a pet and You know, you could. It would be clever if you could have like remove keybinds or something from certain abilities as redemption somehow. The problem is I don't want it to end up being that like I don't want it to end up being that becomes the primary focus of like I don't know. It'd have to be automated. Otherwise, I'd need like mods in the background running it or something, which gets a bit icky. I haven't figured it out. I spitball ideas on stream a lot. You might have noticed a lot of thinking happens here. These are simply delightful. Look at all the forelegs on this one. The colouring on this one's carapace. This one's what are mandibles? Mandibles. They're like fangs, right? How do I get my rune? Oh, I just got it. That one. Rune of Invigoration. Boom. Boots. This is the one I think I actually want to use. When your pet scores a critical hit with a special ability, you instantly regen 5% mana. That's big. That's big for me, especially since we have pet doing pet things is outrageous right now. We have increases your critical strike chance of your pets by 15%. And then there's a 100% chance when they do crit to gain 30% attack speed as well, which seemingly causes them to snowball crits. So that should help keep our mana stacked up as well. Very nice, very nice. We're getting places. Instead of hydrate IRL, how about hydrate in WoW? Alcohol is so underused in the game and it could be amusing stream content for coffee beans. Oh, that's actually quite clever, you know. Have a beer on me kind of thing. I just keep a stack of beverages in the bags. I have to pop a beverage. That's true, actually. I forgot alcoholic. Does it still actually work in the game? Do you still get the wibbly wobbly drunk effect in game? I've not used. That sounds like one of the things that would be not considered politically correct and would be removed from the game. It is still in the game? Okay, clever. That's a very good suggestion. Just be drunk non-stop. Never. I mean, we barely go in a straight line in the first place. Look how quickly and easy it is for us to head off track, head off course. Right. Didn't you have to get drunk to tame Pinky? I think you did. Yeah, I think you might be right. Yeah, that's part of the Brewfest event. Yeah, yeah, you might be right there. I need to pick a new rune then. Pick a rune I don't have. There's 6 more runes I'm missing apparently. The problem is I don't really know which ones I've got and which ones I haven't. You know what? We ask Zygore. We go leveling. We go runes. We go hunter. We go phase 2 because I should probably make sure I've got all the phase 2 ones. Dual wield specialization. Do we have that one? Dual wield spec for your boots. Yes. Expose weakness. We're actually using that one, so yes. Invigoration, we've just got melee specialist. I don't think we have melee specialist, do we? Melee specialist on your belt. No, we don't have that one. Nor have we got steady shot. So these are the 2 we're missing from phase 2. So let's load up these guides, I guess. Head over to Deadwind Pass. Let's get the second one open. Leveling, runes, hunter, phase 2, steady shot. Kill Needletooth. He looks like a large fish that swims in. Whoa! Relax, crocodile. Some drunk dragon races. Yeah, that's going to go horrendously, isn't it? Hey! Spot got a ding! Go on, Spot. Level 40. Oh, he's still only got 28 training points. Does he not get any more training points? What we can do, though, that means we can teach Spot top tier growl. Have some of you. I need to be careful here, because I need to teach Spot a better tier of claw. But I've got to be really careful that I don't shoot myself in the foot and use too many training points. Because I kind of... Okay, I can't get that even if I want to get that. Okay. Let's get these runes first. Which one's going to be easier? We go talk to Dalaran agent, get an ardent sigil, equip it, use it to reveal the Dark Rider. You will know when a Dark Rider is nearby because you will gain Dark Presence buff. He's a level 41 elite. So right, we're a hunter. Kill the Dark Rider, collect your rune. Okay, apparently we do this a bunch of times. Ah, no! Get off. Right, let's just do this one then. Let's do melee specialist. This sounds quite fun. Deadwind pass. Need to go get some sigil first. I've heard lots of people talking about these Dark Riders. Is this presumably a rune that has the same same for many classes? I assume it is. Why has it got 5 minutes in the top there? Oh, because I attacked a dude that was PvP tagged, so now I'm PvP tagged. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear, it could go horribly wrong. It's the healer rune for druids. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay. If you don't have sleeping bag and are doing the Dark Riders, do sleeping. I've done sleeping bag. Yeah, sleeping bag's done on this one. This dude's level 40 already. We've used the sleeping bag nicely and effectively. And of course, I'm hoping the sleeping bag will continue to play a part in later phases as well. Hello, look. Who's this? Who's this? Have you recovered a stolen relic? Yes, I have. Equip the relic. Where did it go? Okay. Do we reckon we can take him? We can take a 41 elite, surely. Did you delete cache and learn the rune? I did, yeah. I got me my trap launcher rune. Luckily, deleting System 32 didn't have any long-term compromises for me, so we're all good. Yep, little party going on down here. Dark Rider's dead. You'll know if a Dark Rider is nearby because you gain a Dark Presence buff. Well, I haven't. I'm going to assume that group just killed him. I'm also going to hope that Spot is an absolute gangster and can solo this dude. Or keep him busy for long enough. You can't do that yet. What do you mean I can't do that yet? Or do you have to have the buff before you can do this? Okay. The fact that... I wonder what his respawn is. Some eyes will spawn on your character. Is that what it is? Let's just chill here for a few minutes then. See what happens. Now, the completionist in me wants to make sure that I go back and pick up all of the runes from phase 1 that I didn't bother to get. For 2 reasons. One, because they're level 25 runes, they should be a piece of piss to go and just get now. It shouldn't actually be problematic to get them. And I think it makes a lot of sense to just have access to everything. I don't particularly want to go melee hunter, even though the meta is pushing hunters in that direction. I think I'm only going to play this game enough to do exactly what it is I want to do in it. And I will maybe kind of ignore the meta on that basis. I like Spot doing damage. I like standing back, slapping things from a distance. I don't want to be poking things with a stick. That feels far too dangerous for me. If I'm going to poke stuff with a stick, I want to be wearing big fat armor and a whacking great big sword. Melee hunter doesn't sound fun to me. We have to do this multiple times, don't we? Kill multiple Dark Riders. I've killed one. I've killed one already. I did it accidentally when we were in Duskwood. Was it Duskwood? I don't know. I did one accidentally a while ago. A bunch of people asked me to join a group and we just did it. Am I going to have a hard time soloing this, by the way? Is Spot going to get ripped a new one? I'm not exactly geared. I might be level 40, but I'm not exactly geared. Let's run around here a little bit. There's only one way to find out. That is true. That is very factually true. Whoa, no. Your question marks. I was like, yeah, birdie, kill birdie. No, we'll ignore the birdie for now. I forget where we are. We're not really meant to be here, particularly at level 40. I want that Love is in the Air toy to stop it from being so grim out here. I want to put it to daylight, sunlight or something. I have a sneaky suspicion. Now I cannot confirm this, as this is just hypothetical here. But there's what's it referred to as, like seasonal depression or something. Directly linked to vitamin D, I think, which your body creates via the sunlight. I've spent way too much time indoors this winter, and there has not been anywhere near as much sun this winter. We've not had many particularly cold, fresh, sunny days. It's been quite gloomy. And I think my body's rebelling against me. I need some proper sunlight. I don't know what they call it technically. Seasonal depression, game allergy, who knows? Don't know what the technical term is. I've had the displeasure of being like aggressively tired for about 2 months straight now. And I don't know why. And doctors scare me, so. Coffee fixes all of that though, right? Where is this buff then? Is there not anybody knocking about here? Should we go? I can tell within 10 days if I don't take vitamin D. It makes me lethargic and moody. I mean, I'm unfortunately nowhere near in tune enough with my own emotions to notice any change. Oh dear God. Let's not be doing that, shall we? I wouldn't even notice the difference, I don't think. I'd have to rely on somebody else to tell me, e.g. my wife. Oh, hello, Dark Presence. Maybe I should not start attacking a level 41 elite with no health. Can we fix that just real fast, please? Just real quick, like. Let's pop one of these. I've never physically been to Scandinavia. I was told in the old days doctors actually prescribe a holiday in Italy for that. Is it true? Well, I would imagine so. If you go months and months without seeing any proper sunlight, your vitamin D levels can deplete like incredibly low. And like I said, I'm no doctor, but I'm quite sure that has a knock-on effect. Oh my God, he's got quite a lot of health here. Okay. Oh, we got this. Spot's an absolute beast. He's not stopping for no one. He's not stopping for no one. Oh, he didn't stun his... Let's make sure we keep Spot well juiced. I think I'm actually going to just auto shot and use most of my mana for keeping Spot alive. Outside of that, we should be fine, I think. Keep Spot alive. Don't be dying on me, Spot. Don't be dying. I think we're good. Yes, Spot. Absolute gangster. Unless he does some stupid, massive, great big damage at the end. Go on, Spot. My man. My man. Have a Scooby snack. I haven't got any Scooby snacks. Have a heavy Kodo meat. Yes. Good putty. There we go. You used to be able to get holidays on prescription. Sheesh. They also recommended cigarettes, so yeah, that's also true. Maybe don't. Maybe just because it happened in the past doesn't make it a good thing. You might be right. Did we do that without Aspect of the Hawk on as well? What an absolute casual. God, I should really learn to play the game. This is why people have big, fat, stinking, great big weak auras and stuff to remind them to press buttons, isn't it? Well, maybe next time. Now, what's the odds we'll see that other group that have probably gone the exact same route? Are all the Dark Riders going to be the same for anybody that's done this? E.g., if I can kill one, I can kill them all kind of thing. Let's avoid you. You put me in flipping PvP mode last time. Spot did a cracking job though last time. Another Coffee Bean Redemption reminder put on, insert buff name here. That's true. Make that a TTS one as well, so I really don't miss it. Who are you? Oh no, you're not PvP, you're fine. You're fine. Why is there so many PvP fellas knocking about around here? Is there a, like a... Oh, Stonard is like a proper base, isn't it? That's probably what it is. Still haven't quite got used to... you know, I've played retail for 20 years, so my brain is prioritizing information from retail. Fess up, who on Classic has mined all the nodes in Cenarius? Dare I say, it wouldn't surprise me if it was a bot. It's a super popular spot. What's it for? Iron node? Iron ore? Iron and gold ore? Spot's good. We're good. Potion on if needed. Okay, we need the buff before we can use the trinket. Oh, mithril. There's part of me that still wishes that you had to level up your professions through every expansion. Now, I guess that's easily considered gatekeeping in many people's eyes. But I think it's for the better. I genuinely think it's for the better. That it makes a lot more sense for me, or to me, makes a lot more sense to me that players should have to do it. Why should you be able to turn up and within 5 minutes have an equal or better profession setup than somebody that's been doing it for 20 years? It like the obsolescence rate is not preferred in my mind. And once again, it just makes retail feel yet more like an arcadey mode, where nothing you do today has any impact on what you get to do tomorrow. I see. If we actually if we actually use aspect of the hawk, this is easy mode. Camaraderie wore off pretty quick. Buffed 8 level 40s on the boat, nothing returned. That's because most people are AFK on the boat. But you're right, the one for all approach lasts about 7 days, and then it's every man for themselves. Spot, don't be dying on me. You survived perfectly last time. The fact that this has taught me that soloing level 41 elites is not a problem gives me great confidence, you know, when it comes to gives me great confidence when it comes to going and finding high level stuff to kill just for like loot drops, for like getting ahead for phase 3, or even just rare expensive shit to sell on the auction house. Because it's roughly, there's roughly a 5 level drop in gear, isn't there? So if you want to get like level 39, 40 BOEs, you probably want to be killing like level 44 mobs, which for a lot of classes is going to be a lot of hard work. But for a hunter, GG all the way to the bank, right? Surely. As long as your pet doesn't die, you're going to kill things, and you're going to kill things reasonably efficiently. That 41 elite had like 12k health or something, and it was like, no bother. And I'm not geared in the slightest, I would add. How we doing, Pack B? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. This is kind of why, in a way, I'm tempted to just continue to use Zygore to emulate leveling, even though we won't be gaining any experience or actually leveling. It'll put us in a sticky situation for when phase 3 turns up. But really, what's your gear score? My gear score is 204 agility. Time to farm some Shaman male healing set for men pet. Keep the pet alive. It's clever. I mean, my gear is literally the definition of all over the place. Level 36 helm. A stamina spirit neck. Agi stamina shoulders. They're not too bad. There's just probably better to be had. Agi stam cloak, but low level one. Agi stam chest piece, leather. Should probably do something to find a male equivalent. Level 14 braces. That needs an update. Double time. Cloth gloves, Agi intellect spirit. I mean, my gear is not great. Where are we going? Westfall? What are we going Westfall for? Oh, we're not. We're actually going to Duskwood, but we're going via Westfall, I see. We really should try and do the raid, I guess, before too long. It might be worth at some point jumping in a pug group or something to just get the raid done, to get some experience in there. Although I'm more inclined to spend some time leveling my alts so I can get their professions up and running. See, being a goblin still appeals to me way more than just chasing gear. Even in Classic. I think if, because I've contemplated going and playing Wrath. But if I went and played Wrath, I would also do it from a very strong goblin perspective. Level up characters to where they're needed purely to be profession junkies. Because for me, Classic would be as close to a fresh start as I could possibly get. Unless we went over to Team NA. I could reactivate my NA account and we could do... We would quite literally be starting fresh. But that's a retail perspective. So the question is would I want to put myself through that knowing full well what the options are? There was a really interesting post actually on Reddit that I might highlight just now, considering we're flying anyway. There was somebody had, let me see if I can find it. Somebody had spent a bit of time. Somebody had spent a little bit of time doing some goal making in retail. Let me just kill the tunes and we can have a look at this while we're flying. So somebody had spent a little bit of time doing some goal making. So they reached Keystone Master, which was their goal for the season, and wanted to get back into doing some goal making. It was their favorite thing to do during Shadowlands. During the last expansion, they made about 33 million gold, of which most of it went into buying tokens, rare mounts, and stuff from the black market auction house. Since that time, they kind of lost interest in crafting, since they tended to always be behind due to the new system, especially at this point in the expansion. The change from just being able to put crafted items on the auction house also didn't really resonate with them. They wanted to try different things to see what would work and if they could get back into goal making. Maybe some of the experiences will help others as well. I'm happy to hear from everybody that what can be improved or what low effort things can be implemented. So 3 topics for the goal were farming raw materials, banging out world quests because they have arguably quite sizable amounts of gold on them, and going old school and just redoing Shadowlands mission tables. So the farming of raw materials, they had a couple of alts that were mining, herbalism, and skinners. Those characters were not really skilled in their professions, though. These professions are ideal for farming whilst waiting on raids, instances, and so on. So they chose to look at what the best ways were to skill them, and they came to this following conclusion. For your herb and miners, you want to try and mine whilst dragon riding as a priority, as staying on the dragon saves a lot of time. It's actually... this is why druids have been bis for so long, right? Druids have been bis for gathering for so long, because if you spend any reasonable amount of time herbing and mining, just mounting that 1.5 second cast time to get back on your mount every time you pick something up, if you actually do some simple napkin maths on that, your efficiency just tanks compared to everybody else. And it only gets more noticeable the more you do it as well. If you just farm for an hour, you're not going to notice it. But over the space of farming for 10 hours, 20 hours, 50 hours, that 1.5 seconds every time you have to remount up, huge time saving to you overall. So yeah, even in Dragonflight, being able to mine while staying on your dragon is kind of important. Pair this with a dragon riding skill that gives you back some vigor whilst gathering, will basically mean you can just keep flying. Elemental collection. After being always able to keep on your mount, what's going on here? After being able to always keep on your mount, you should invest some points into gathering the rousing elementals. Whilst ore and herbs are very low priced, elementals are still worth farming. This has always been the way in Dragonflight, that the actual herbs you pick up are basically non-importance. Your actual reason for flying around to pick up stuff is to pick up the rousing and turn them into awakened and sell those. That's where the majority of your gold will come from. Selling the herbs is, you know, just something. You have to pick up the herbs to get the elementals for most part. You have to pick up the herbs to reduce your cooldown on your overload. Keeping your overload on cooldown is probably your highest priority. There we go. Keep track of overloading nodes. There's some weak auras that can also help you do that. The ideal spot being the Zygore Caverns. Great for farming, lots of elemental mining nodes. You can also gather the glow spores. You can overcharge on the glow spores as well to get even more of them. With skinning, invest points into baiting. First priority is to get the skill to summon the elites. Go do the Cobra skin every day. And if you are so inclined, you can go over to the Emerald Dream and try and get the antlers, although they seem to be dead on arrival in compared to Cobra skins. They're only once a day, so you should probably spec into that first and make sure that is your highest priority thing to do on your skinning character, before spending any time killing things and skinning things for their actual leather. Favorite place for skinning is the Anaran Plains. There are some places with lots of mobs that you can just blast away. There are some places with Striders that also drop the Tail Strider Sinew. Low drop chance, but still at about 250 gold each one you get. Improving your skill, except the weekly quests in Valdrakken, they grant 2 points and just farm away. You get your 5 blue items per week. That grants 1 skill point each, and once you've got those, an epic item that grants another 3. So yeah, you're 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think there's like 12 weekly knowledge points for the gathering professions. It's really not a lot. It's about on par though with the crafting professions. It's roughly equal. How much farming do you do? I actually do. They were just doing the weeklies. If farmed those on one character, we'll switch over to the next. All in all, I estimate it takes around 45 minutes per character. Double gathering gets about 10k gold per hour. Which, I'm going to be brutally honest, even 10k gold per hour somewhat surprised me. This is probably by proxy of putting a lot of focus on keeping your overload on cooldown and getting it back off cooldown as fast and as effectively as you can. Because it's the elements that you get from overloading that will be probably 7 if not 8,000 of this gold, realistically. World quests then, moving on to those. There are a few things to know when farming gold via world quests. Each dragon riding quest is about 525 gold. For napkin maths, I always just consider them 500. It's a nice multiple. They're done relatively quickly when choosing the easiest difficulty, and each zone has 1. Zygore Cavern and the Emerald Dream have 2. The Forbidden Reach also has 1, but due to the distance, they chose not to do those ones. Quests get reshuffled once a week, halfway through the week, and so you can earn a little under 10,000 gold per week by doing your dragon races, if you keep up with them. This is comparative. In my eyes, at least, this is comparative to callings that we had previously. Callings, and what were they called before they were called callings? Emissaries? What were they called before we had callings? What were they called in BFA? Whatever. Either way, callings are sort of similar, right? You could stack up your callings. You'd get 1 calling per day, and you'd get about 1,500 gold from each calling, which when you do that, multiply that by 7 is 10k-ish. Quick maths. 10, 11k. So the only difference for me between callings of the past and dragon riding now is that now you get less gold, even though many players consider inflation to be high, meaning your gold is arguably worth less. I don't strictly believe it is, but let's just ignore inflation for a minute, you're getting slightly less gold from doing your dragon races than you would with callings. But your callings was kind of somewhat capped, right? Because it was the 1,500 gold you'd get in the box that was probably worth more to you than anything else. You would be supplementing it though with whatever else came in that box. If you got a piece of gear, let's not forget that could often vendor for 100 gold, more if it was a weapon. You would often get materials in those boxes as well, which maybe not so much now, but previously they had some value too. So you were probably making, just by doing your callings back in Shadowlands or even prior, you were probably making somewhere in the region of 15 to 20,000 gold per week if you kept up with it. Now you're making half that gold, and you're restricted to only doing dragon riding quests to achieve. So you're having to grind a repetitive task. You don't get the luxury of choosing which world quests you go and do so much. You get half as much gold, but there's one luxury that you only need to do it like twice per week. You can kind of blast only twice per week rather than trying to keep up with it every day. But let's not forget, you could stack 3 callings, and actually stacking 3 callings was the optimal way to do it sometimes, because sometimes the stars align. Sometimes you'd have all 3 of the callings, which you could complete by doing just 4 or 5 world quests in one zone, and you'd get 3 days worth of calling progress, like smashed out super fast. So there was occasionally a more optimal way to do it. So in summary, I preferred the calling system for more casual world content play rather than dragon riding. Dragon riding is way more, you have to do your dragon riding, right? You've got to do them twice a week. So every 3 days, you've got to log in and do your dragon races. You've got to scour the map and do all of the dragon races. So you're forced to fly around the entire zone to get to all of them. And then you're doing a repetitive task. And on top of that, you're making practically half as much gold for doing it. Not a step forward in my eyes. There are still normal gold quests though, which this player had been doing. These are worth a little over 600 gold apiece, but you can boost that if it's in a Dream Surge zone at the time. Always check if there are some gold quests up in the current area that the Dream Surge is active. Park an alt there to see what the bonus is or will be next. You can start doing quests and leave them at 90% whilst waiting for the bonus. Do that on some alts and then quickly rush through them when the bonus starts. The bonus only lasts you 30 minutes. This is why you sort of you'll get like 9 out of 10 of the progress to a world quest, and then you'll just stop. And you won't actually do 10 out of 10. You won't actually complete it until the bonus is up. That also then means you can probably fire through a bunch of characters. This is a lot of organization, and this is a lot of keeping track of stuff. And the worst case scenario is that you're going to go around, you're going to do 90% of a whole bunch of world quests, and then for whatever reason, you either miss the Dream Surge or you don't get the ability to log back in and finish those, and you've done 90% of the work for 0 of the reward. There's a lot of organization and time and brain power and planning that goes into this, all for very small chunks of gold, relatively. Mission tables then. Wanted some relatively passive income that doesn't need a huge amount of concentration. During Shadowlands, the mission tables were ideal for that, but the gold missions were nerfed drastically to around only 25 gold each. You're practically not doing Shadowlands mission tables for gold anymore. You could basically laser focus only the gold ones through most of Shadowlands. You'd probably do the gold ones, and you'd do you'd do the gold ones and you'd do the anima ones, because you need to keep it anima positive, so you don't have to go out farming anima to keep doing it. So you'd probably do those two. Some people chose to throw the pet charm quests in there as well, and if there was any materials at any point that were really worth anything, you could throw the material quests in. But honestly, 9 times out of 10, they ended up just being a waste of anima. The enchanting one was sometimes worthwhile because it could turn some crystals back your way. That was the only one that was really ever valuable to do. Now the gold ones have been nerfed, so what you're actually trying to do, I would guess here, is to pump pet charms as much as you possibly can. They reactivated their old alt army and just went for it. The best covenant for doing this kind of farming is the Night Fae. Always was, always will be. The use of the TLDR missions add-on is mandatory, in my opinion, if you were doing the mission tables, and especially if you're still doing them. There's the weekly 1,600 gold quest for collecting 1k anima, which can self-sustaining mission tables give you around 2k anima a week, so make sure you pick that one up. Let's talk for a minute about what self-sustaining mission tables means. You need to have got your mission table, and you need to have got your covenant quite well leveled up for the mission table to actually be self-sustaining. I vaguely remember you needed level 2 covenant before you would have a self-sustaining table, as it would reduce the anima cost, if I remember correctly. And there would be a point where your covenant would be strong enough that you'd gain more anima from doing the quests than the quests had cost you, so you'd get actually a drip feed of consistent anima. So you'd never run out. You'd never have to run out and kill a world boss for some anima or something. The old gear still sells for a pretty copper, probably 100 to 150 gold per piece of gear that you get from the mission table. So if the anima cost is low on the mission, make sure that you tell TLDR to do those missions as well. The polished pet charm missions, still to this day, in my opinion, is the absolute best way to get polished pet charms. I'm sure any of those players out there that are big pet collectors or pet levelers are doing mission tables consistently, since it's easily the best source of free polished pet charms. There were people that amassed thousands of the things in Shadowlands. Zanzaful ended up with nearly 100k polished pet charms or something absolutely stupid. You can use these polished pet charms to either buy pets that you can then sell, or in many cases to buy the upgrade tokens to upgrade pets from 1 to 25 and to then sell. There's a few ways you can slowly translate polished pet charms into gold. There's no direct way of doing it, but there are lots of indirect ways you can do it. They were trying to collect 2 or 3 times a day from the mission table and resending troops. They didn't state at any point how many characters they were doing this on, but when we get to the numbers in a minute, it will start to make sense. So what they were able to do from the 18th of January to the 18th of February, via farming, and this includes selling some pets with pet charms, they were able to make 436,000 gold. Now, let's not forget they were quoting somewhere in the region of about 10k an hour whilst doing their gathering. So that's somewhere, simple maths indicates that that's about 40 hours of effort just on the farming side of things. 40 hours of effort within that calendar month to make 400k. Their success with world quests, 282,000 gold. Now, the assumption here is it's like 500 to 600 gold per world quest, maybe averaged a little bit more. Because, dragon riding is going to be 500. The other quests could be 600 to 1,000. But let's assume that that's somewhere in the region of, 282,000. Simple maths, call it 300,000. Divide it by 2, you're looking at about 500 to 600 world quests completed to achieve that. 500 to 600 world quests. 500 world quests at, let's say it takes you, 5 minutes average. because you've got to get to the world quest, you've got to do the world quest, and you've got to get to the next world quest. Some take less time, some take more time. Races you can probably do within like 2 minutes or so, but then you've still got to get to the next one. So let's say an average of 5 minutes per world quest, because that's going to include your travel time as well. So multiply that by 5, you've got 2,500 minutes, which is another 40 or so hours. So now we're up to about 80 hours of effort here. Plus then Shadowlands mission tables of 350,000 gold. On 25 alts, right? So on 25 characters, was able to achieve 350,000 gold off mission tables. Now, we don't know the full ins and outs of this, but it seems very much like they had this set up already. There was no effort put into actually doing this. Now, this means that if they were trying to log on 2 or 3 times a day on 25 different alts, I can guarantee you that is probably that is the equivalent of probably another 2 to 3 hours a day, just doing that. Just purely logging on, pressing the TLDR button and logging off. Let's say you can do the whole cycle in less than 2 minutes. You're still looking at an hour per 25 alts. And they said they wanted to do it 2 or 3 times a day. So they're looking at 2 to 3 hours per day. 2 to 3 hours per day just doing the mission table stuff. So on the low end, 2 hours times 30 days, that's another 60 hours, plus the 80 that we've already had. That potentially means that this could be somewhere in the region of 140 hours worth of effort. Napkin maths, right? Give or take. It's going to be somewhere around this number. Could be slightly more, could be slightly less, but 140 hours worth of effort to achieve like 1 million gold. It's not favorable, is it? You know, when you think about 140 hours a week, you divide that by 30. That's nearly 5 hours a day doing this. That's assuming you don't take a day off, right? That's assuming you do it every single day. Let's assume that you do it 5 days a week and there's a couple of days where you don't do it. Then you'd be looking at like 20 days within the month. That's an average of like nearly 7 hours. Nearly 7 hours a day. That's a full-time job, right? It's a full-time job doing this. You know, it's to make 1 million gold in a month. A full-time job's worth of effort went in to making 3 tokens worth of gold. Because that's what 1 million will get you. 3 tokens worth of gold. This is what I mean when I say that they've shaved off or nuked all of the low-hanging fruit in World of Warcraft now. You can absolutely go out and do this yourself. But also remember one thing. This guy had this already set up. All he had to do was decide to do it, right? He already had the alts. He had 25 alts already set up for the mission table. I'm telling you now, that is, for starters, that's at least 25 level 60 characters. Plus, there's a good few hours work on each of those alts to actually get it set up and get it to the point where it's self-sufficient and making gold. This is obviously time that was spent way back when, which is probably paid for itself already for this guy. But if you were to go out and do this fresh, if you were to look for inspiration because you're a new character, you've seen that the tokens are $20 a piece and they give you like 300k gold. You wanted to look at what your alternatives could be. You practically have to devote a full-time job worth of effort to save you $60. It's so difficult to justify anybody doing this anymore, which is one of the problems. And Blizzard has done this, may I add, by design. Absolutely by design, because they don't want average Joe to have any way of being able to generate tokens particularly easily. Let's say you do, if you do a third of this, you might be able to play the game for free. But a third of 140, which is what we estimated it took him in terms of hours, you're still looking at like 40 hours of effort to just get one token by doing, you know, the chores in World of Warcraft, should we say. This is the quick and easy gold, which is crazy. Of course, you can do a lot better than this. It was pointed out in the comments, that I'm not going to go through all of the comments, but it was pointed out in the comments in this thread that you can, of course, do better than this. But the problem is to do better than this, you need to be doing something relatively special nowadays. Either you need to replace that 40 hours of effort with 40 hours of setting up crafting professions and standing in Valdrakken, just shouting into the abyss, waiting for somebody to come and ask you to make something for them, which may or may not happen. You might as well be flipping a coin at that point. You just got to stand in Valdrakken and make yourself, available to people. And the longer you make yourself available for people, the greater the chance is that somebody will come along and need something. But even when they do come along and need something, you're then going to have to explain to them how the system works in most cases. You're going to have to fight through the annoyance of being called a scammer. It's not a pleasant experience, I don't feel, for most, and it's difficult to get a sense of, reward from it. Or you have to be doing something yet even more crazy high level, such as like setting up alts across multiple realms, setting up multiple accounts, using third-party resources to locate deals, not just on your realm, but across the entire realm. You then need to facilitate getting gold over to that realm to be able to purchase said item. Then you need to facilitate transferring that item to somewhere where it's worth more. Then you got to sell it, right? Like there are things you can be doing, but they are so out of the reach of most average players. This is the kind of stuff that your average player is going to look at first when they consider making anything. Thinking to test if it's still worth to do the mission tables just for pet charms by the mobile app, just for the small flow and extra time without needing to travel anywhere in the game. God's honest truth is doing it on the app is slower than doing it in-game. Because TLDR missions, if you leave your character literally at the table, you have no other add-ons on that alt, you can log in, you can press your TLDR missions, it can do its thing, and you can be logged out. And if your computer's fast enough, if you have enough add-ons switched off, if you've got it, if you've got it optimized, if you've got the anima already, you can probably do the whole process in like a minute. Loading the app on your phone, making sure you log in and log out of each of the characters is much slower on the mobile app. Then, of course, with the mobile app, you actually have to fill in each of the quests individually. Now, of course, you can do it remotely. That's the benefit, but you are not gaining anything by doing it on the mobile app, unfortunately. For most people, it's significantly slower. And let's not forget, this guy made 1 token's worth of gold and was doing it on 25 alts 2 or 3 times a day for an entire month. Right? It's not that lucrative anymore. It's really not. It's passive. It's passive and it's easy, but it's incredibly time consuming. Honestly, I was surprised I could still make this much gold without crafting involved. Since I relied so much on crafting during Shadowlands, it was nice to see that the mission table was at least kind of worth doing. As I was switching around some alts from different covenants to Night Fae, I believe the potential is even higher, as it will take some time for them to reach Renown 80 and the mission table to level 16. Raw mission gold from each character is about 1.3k. adding to the weekly quest of 1.6k, plus the old equipment per character as well. Zan's moved a bunch of characters back to the Shadowlands table. We'll be hearing in a month or so how much he's gained. Fair. He has an outrageous number of characters he can do it on. So I believe the world quest value can fluctuate highly, as there's not many opportunities where the number of gold quests and the bonuses have overlapped. Got 13 alts parked in Valdrakken to do the world quests on. But not many chances to use the triple gold bonus from Dream Surges. I believe it's no longer triple. I believe it's only double. I think it being triple was actually a bug. It was not meant to quadruple it, triple it. It was meant to only double it. Looking into whether I should start crafting this late in the expansion, but maybe daily, weekly transmute crafting cooldowns could be something interesting. I also want to skill some more alts into skinning. Who knows, maybe the legendary axe will drop for me, then I'll be happy to get a Cobra skin for cheap. And then want to optimize Shadowlands tables. Maybe come back in a month and update the numbers. In the meantime, love to hear your opinions and inputs. Let me know if you should have some more details. I have the whole lot of TSMs and spreadsheet datas. So this is something that if you just want, I don't know, it's a side hustle for people. It's not what I consider sustainable to do this. If you try to sustainably do this, you'll just burn yourself into the ground. One of the things I always try and promote is do not get stuck into this downward spiral of grinding gold to pay for game time, to grind more gold to pay for more game time. That's such a cancerous loop to get stuck in. You'll end up constantly chasing your tail. You'll 100% end up keep chasing your tail. But it's good to see another person's perspective on this. It's good to see what somebody did and the fact that they've, reasonably documented it as well. Doing this kind of stuff, you tend not to, whilst you're doing it, at least you tend not to think too much about the time spent doing it. But there's no denying you have to factor that in. Because those 40 hours-ish per week this player spent farming, doing world quests, and running through the mission tables is 40-odd hours that they did not spend doing something else, right? That they could potentially have enjoyed more. Whether it's spending an extra 40 hours playing, leveling another character, whether it's another 40 hours raiding, getting better gear, whether it's another 40 hours that they just straight up spent on playing a totally different game, right? 3 tokens has a value of $60, which is roughly the value of a AAA video game. They could have instead not played World of Warcraft, spent $60 on a AAA video game, and played that for a month, and arguably had a lot more enjoyment, and then just came back to WoW and spent $12 on a month of game time again. Like, you got to look at it from that perspective, I think, nowadays. It's way too easy to make goal making into, like, a job. And yes, I understand the sense of irony in me saying that. But I like to think that my job is to help people go in the right direction. And by proxy, not persuade them to do something that's a massive, great big waste of time. Anyway, I thought that was interesting. This was on the WoW Economy subreddit. I'll give you guys a link to it if you want to go drop it a like, drop it a comment, your thoughts on it. I thought it was very interesting. It's not often you get such documented progress like this, so. More gold losing than making in here. Damage prevention is what I like to call it. Damage prevention. I like to make sure that people don't waste their gold unnecessarily. you can you can get those bad habits out of the way by watching me waste a huge amount of gold. Let me waste it on silly things so you don't have to. Right, we've got, I think this is, I don't know how many of these dark relic things we actually need. How many of these relics there are, I should say. I think this is the third one. I don't know how many there are. Maybe there's 4. What's this? If you can't relate to this product, just buy it anyway. The people around you will appreciate that you had a lucid moment. What? It could be that the purpose of your life is only to serve as a warning to others. Yeah, it's quite clever. I like that. It's funny because it's true. It's funny because it's true. So is this killing another Dark Rider? It is. God, Jesus, summoning a level 41 Dark Rider out here. I bet that frustrates a few people leveling. Although I'm on layer 10 all of a sudden. Jesus, every single day that go... Have they got the layering technology on reverse? It seems to be every day the number of layers is going up, not down. In the first few days, I was on like, I would frequently find myself on like layer 2, 3, 4, something like that. Now we're into double digits quite frequently. Oh, we got the presents thing. Let's get Spot out. Make sure Spot's happy. Happy, happy, happy. Keep Spot nicely topped up. Everyone else has got to 40 as well. That's actually quite possibly what the situation is. Now that lots and lots of people are getting to level 40, it's crushing everybody. It's crushing the servers. It's crushing everybody into the same zones. Whereas for a few days it was somewhat spread out at least. Stranglethorn Veil is probably 20 different layers. I mean, let's be real. If I hit level 40, I'm quite sure everybody's 40 now, right? Surely. So I have the luxury. I can play the game quite a bit more than a lot of other people, but I definitely don't think I'm particularly fast in the game at anything. There's an article about layers in PC Gamer. Dev reveals a layer is actually just sharding with a lot of sticky tape. Isn't that basically how all Blizzard code is? Held together with sticky tape. Oh, we got to kill another one. Where's this one then? Where's it taken us now? There's one over here as well. Okay. I'm wondering, should I, considering I am so close to Stormwind... Stormwind's such a convenient place to have your Hearthstone set to. I'm actually tempted to ignore what Zygore tells me here and go reset my Hearthstone at Stormwind. Or at least fly via Stormwind. We'll make a pit stop. I don't particularly want my Hearthstone set all the way in the arse end of nowhere. Well, the only thing I understand about the difference between, I mean, this is obviously mostly terminology anyway, but sharding was often physical, whereas layering, I think, is software based. To my very crude understanding, I think when they were to implement different shards on a single server, it was more of a long-term thing that, okay, this is a monstrously big server. We need to split the load of this server across 4 different actual physical servers, and then just glue everybody back together in one. Whereas I think layering is more software-based and more dynamic, that it will just split off copies of a zone as and when enough people need there to be, you know. So the sticky tape analogy probably pans out. This fleshes it out. Oh, we'll have a look then. I've got to do some flying in a second, so we'll have a quick look. I'm intrigued. I like geeking out over this stuff. Let's take a quick flight to Stormwind and reset our Hearthstone. Okay. Caveat, there's no announcement of any change in this. This is all just fascinating info if you're into that sort of thing. Layering, sharding, let's dive in. So in what we call mainline, a modern game latest expansion, we use tech called sharding ever since Warlords of Draenor. Once upon a time, a realm ran 1 copy of each zone locally on its hardware. If you ran after someone and they crossed into another zone, you followed them. It was all running in the same place. You could kite mobs across zones. Escort quests had NPCs pathing across zone boundaries. Problem: as hardware improved and performance improvements were made, expansion after expansion, we raised the cap of the number of concurrent players we allowed to be logged in. If everybody wants to play on Tichondrius and we have the technical ability to lower queue times, why wouldn't you? But the realm still only ran 1 copy of the world. Eventually the realm had so many people on it that even if a small percentage of them congregated in the same place, it's going to be way more than the CPU core that's running that zone can handle. In comes the lag. You can multi-thread till your heart's content. Eventually you're going to have a single thread bottleneck that will limit what you can do. This all came to a head in Warlords of Draenor when, in the face of a very successful launch, the starting zones in WoD were completely unusable due to the load that they faced. The sadly departed Curtis MCC, not dead, just left Blizzard, worked for 3 days and nights. We don't condone that sort of behavior anymore. Bullshit, do they not? And created the first version of sharding. This new tech allowed us to run multiple copies of the world and split people between them. Finally, we could run multiple copies of Draenor and handled the load between them. With Legion, this tech was made into a fully fleshed out feature, and each individual zone could now run limitless copies. Once a threshold of players in the zone was reached, we would spin up another copy and repeat as necessary. It made the game feel less cohesive, but it meant the realm cap and zone capacity were now disconnected entirely. It also gave us the ability to have specific values for specific zones. Not all zones are equal in terms of CPU cost. This, by the way, is one of the reasons why the Longboy does not exist anymore in abundant form. They were so very quick to remove the Longboy because an auction house uses a fucking ludicrous amount of CPU usage. And what the problem was is that people were dropping down auction houses all over the game. And if you start dropping a bunch of auction houses in a zone that is not allocated anywhere near as much CPU power to run that zone, because under normal circumstances, there's only 3 or 4 people in the zone at any one point, what very quickly happens is you nuke that zone to the ground. You implement huge amounts of lag just by proxy of there being an auction house appearing all of a sudden. This was a huge problem for Blizzard and one of the main factors into why they, extinguished the long boy and made it only available via the black market auction house. Good times. Now along comes Classic and we have some problems again. Classic launch was heavily targeting #no changes. They wanted the game to feel as identical to the original launch as possible. Sharding was clearly out, but there was also the strong belief that launch was going to be big, but nowhere near as big as it turned out. It's not like you didn't know, Blizzard, and interest would drop off fairly quickly as people got their nostalgia hit and moved on. In that world, we didn't want to have to launch hundreds of realms at only tiny realm cap. At the only tiny realm caps we used to use and then have lots of dead realms a month later. So we had to find a way to use modern sized realm caps but not crush the zones with players. There were also 2 other noticeable tech problems with sharding that needed addressing to support classic behavior. Mobs can't path across zone boundaries in a sharded world. Each shard, or a copy of a zone, can be running on a completely different data center. So while technically solvable, it's very expensive and complicated to try and make this work. And lastly, in PvP situations, it was greatly desired that crossing a zone boundary shouldn't be an escape. Both people should keep chasing each other into the new zone and into a sharded world. And in a sharded world, they could end up on different destination shards. So yeah, this is... what I would also like to point out is, where was it? So whilst technically solvable, it's very expensive. So for everybody that wants to know why lag still happens on servers in today's world, it's because it's expensive and they don't want to spend the money. Gotta grab a drink. People should very quickly understand in this world there's no such thing as an unsolvable problem. There's just somebody that's not willing to spend the money solving it. Not talking money here, expensive as in computational. Well, that can equally also be fixed by just throwing more hardware at it. It's still not impossible. In steps the legendary Omar. He took sharding and started stitching the shards together into something that became known as layers. Wasn't Omar the GM that would occasionally pop up and just pick up Asmongold and throw him somewhere? Wasn't this the same Classic GM? I seem to remember something during Classic launch where Omar would turn up and just cause havoc. Yes, a layer is actually just sharding, but with a lot of sticky tape. By gluing these shards together, it became possible to fly messages around and handle mobs moving between zones. Players were assigned a specific layer, so if 2 people were in Westfall and then ran into Duskwood, they would remain on the same layer and would end up in the same copy of Duskwood as each other. Hurrah! Great success. This tech was required to have any hope in hell of managing the AQ gate opening. Shudder. That's a whole other story. Though Classic's original launch, we slowly kept lowering the max number of layers. as originally we'd promised layers would only be temporary, but unfortunately, you didn't stop playing Classic. It wasn't the flash in the pan some had predicted. You really, really liked Classic. The servers still had tons of players on, so fulfilling the promise was tough, and it was only towards the very end of Classic were they able to run single layer, and even then, that was a very spicy layer. Okay. From TBC onwards, we had to embrace layering as an evergreen thing. The realms were just too big and the demand was too goddamn high to think about single layering anymore. Now remember what layering was designed for, trying to make a semi-permanent copy of the world that you could live on for the duration of that week. Well, people didn't play the game that way. The Asmon layer was born. Metagaming meant that if the Alliance were blocking BlackRock on layer 1, well then the Horde would try and get onto layer 2 instead. The game evolved around layers' existence, and whilst layers were once imagined to be largely invisible to regular day-to-day play, they became very much a part of the gamesmanship of Classic. Wow, would you believe it? Would you believe it, right? Gamers doing gamer things. Shocking. Shocking, right? The Asmon layer. Yeah, the Asmon layer was born, yeah. People would like actually pay gold to be ported onto things like the Asmon layer. This is how sweaty some people get. That they are so desperate to play on the same realm and the same shard and the same layer as a streamer that they will go out of their way to make it happen. Okay, history over. What's going on now and why is layering suddenly a hot topic in Season of Discovery? Layering is more rigid than sharding. We dynamically spin up layers based upon the load, and historically we didn't collapse layers when that load fell. It was felt important once upon a time that the world would feel full at peak and empty at off-peak, just like it was back in the day. But a lot of our early assumptions that didn't match what people really wanted. They wanted to see other people. Shocking in an MMO, I know. They wanted to be able to form random groups with strangers. They wanted enough people for the world to feel populated, regardless of the time. With Season of Discovery, we for the first time enabled the tech that collapses layers as the load falls, so it tries to keep every layer significantly populated. That change has been mostly successful, but it does have some behaviours we'd like to change. Moving you multiple times, potentially splitting up groups, etc. But as a result, you're now seeing yourselves layered more often. This was an opt-in thing. If you join a party with somebody on another layer, you would expect to move. Now, for the first time in Classic, you could be moved randomly and without a warning. The biggest problem we're slamming into at the moment is some early code assumptions for layering are now very problematic. All zones in a layer have the same number of players that can be in a zone. We can't say, for example, have 500 people in Ashenvale, 1,000 people in Orgrimmar. They all use the same value. This is a nightmare when zones perform very differently based on what players are doing in that zone. Idling is way less CPU usage than a giant PvP slugfest. Layering is also very expensive from a hardware perspective. Remember, if the entire server goes to Stranglethorn Vale during the Blood Moon, we spin up entirely layers to handle that extra Stranglethorn Vale. So we may be running 16 empty copies of every other zone just because we need 16 Stranglethorn Vales. Gross. There's also a host of features that zones can't have in a layered world that a mainline sharding can do. Mainline can do war mode zones that balance factions 50-50, for example, and we have had different targets for population based on PvE versus PvP. Woof! So right now, world PvP and layering is proving problematic and hard to balance. As always, we're working on it, and good things will come. Come Monday, we're going to be driving into the reports of people getting split up and when they're already on a layer together. That's not expected. Layering should occur on party changes only. And the Classic team already mentioned they're working on a change to keep parties together in the event of a layer change due to an excessive load. The baby just woke up, and I'm going to stop jabbering on here and get back to doing hashtag dad things. Happy Sunday. It's pretty informative. See, you're right. This is the unfiltered PR stuff that we want to read, right? This gives people, this might only be 500 words, but it gives people a huge insight into just exactly what is happening behind the scenes and why things happen the way they do. As it's often way too easy to just go, oh, multi-dollar company, right? And I'm just as guilty for that as everybody else, by the way. I'm one of the quickest to jump on the whole, they've got billions of dollars, just fix it. But it shows that sometimes, it doesn't matter quite how much money you have. Fixing things still takes time. And if you come across a problem you were not expecting, regardless of the size of the company you are, there is going to be some amount of time before there's even the opportunity for a fix to be implemented, regardless of how big your briefcase of cash is. So yeah, stuff does take time. There's a part 2. I'll part 2 this later with why Ashenvale and STV are so problematic. Hang on. Part 2! Design and engineering clash. Oh, I like these little story times. I'm a fan of story time. Let's have a little look at this then. Dramatic title. Not actually any conflict here. So what's the deal with the increase in grumbling around layering in Season of Discovery? Because we've not actually changed anything. Classic, TBC, and Wrath all ran the same tech. The Classic team is trying to add content to Classic that feels like it belongs in Classic. One of those things is World PvP. Taran Mill vs South Shore, for example, is iconic. It spent much of vanilla being effectively a permanent outdoor PvP battle zone. So they've created the Ashenvale event, now with the STV Blood Moon event, to try and add some extra spice and carrot to this behaviour. Overall, when it works, folks enjoy it. Good stuff, but why is it being so problematic from a layering standpoint? 3 issues players have faced. Lag, inability to group up on the same layer, and getting removed from a layer when you're in mid-fight. It's interesting just how much of a thing. See, we used to have way more leniency on lag back in the day because most of our internet was shit, right? When you have this concept that your internet is terrible anyway, you sort of give lag a bit of a pass. This is why so many games back in the day were just lag fiestas, but people didn't like it, but they kind of accepted it. Nowadays, everybody's on fiber and people are spending huge amounts of money each month to make sure they have the fastest internet. All of a sudden, lag is no longer acceptable. The second you see somebody rubber band even the slightest, you're like, fuck this game, they're all stupid, this lag is unplayable, right? Lag has to be a non-existent issue anymore, which I think is really problematic. Don't often use Twitter. I thought there was a word limit. Did it get removed after Elon bought it? I think it's a Twitter premium thing. You can basically write essays and post videos and do whatever the hell you want on Twitter if you give Elon some money. Yeah, I think that's practically the case. Let's hit each of these then, starting with lag. Lag that we're talking about here is lag in the simulation itself. i.e., you're hitting buttons, but the game takes a long time to acknowledge those pushes. This lag is caused primarily by a lack of available CPU, central processing power. There are some single threads that can only run on a single core, and if that core is at 100%, it can't go any faster. If there's more work, if there's more work than it can handle in one server tick, that's normally 50 ms tick, is going to take 500 ms, and you're going to start noticing a delay on things. All sorts of things contribute to lag. Players moving, players casting abilities, mob spawning, etc. These all take CPU time to compute, and the main thing we can do is control lag. To control lag is to usually balance the number of players in a zone, because players are by far the most expensive thing for a computer to handle. The worst thing for the server is lots of players on top of each other fighting, because then every arcane explosion has to get calculated against hundreds of players, and they're in line. Are they in line of sight? Do any of them have resists? Do they have shields? How much damage do they take? Are they in range of the AoE? Everything on the server has to figure that out. So in PvE, fighting in a clump is expensive. PvP is really expensive, but we just made content that does exactly that thing on the server is worst at. This isn't a failure of design. Blizzard isn't driven by engineering, and when it comes to gameplay, generally speaking, it's the engineer's job to allow design to do whatever makes the game most fun. There are of course some limits, as resources are not infinite. So when Ashen Vale first started running into lag, the first port of call was to reduce the player target for the zone. Remember, in layering, zones all share the same cap, so this meant we would have less players in all zones. Less players, less work for the server, less lag. Throughout Phase 1, they were able to dial in these numbers to find one that got as many players as we could into the zone without it falling over. Some lag in mass PvP is honestly expected, as players want to see the sea of enemies. Number 2, inability to group up on the same layer. Folks can't manage to group up together, and whilst forming a raid, people are getting split up like crazy into different layers. Why is this? The layer system has a few values. One of those is the target number of people that we want in a given zone. Another is the max number of people that we want in a zone. Remember, when you log in for the first time in a week, you're assigned to a specific layer. That is your layer for the week. When you group up, you can move to another layer, but outside of that group, you should return to your original assigned layer. Now, interesting here, right? I am bouncing around layers, not on a weekly basis, on a daily basis. And I'm not particularly joining up in many parties, right? I've been on layer 1, layer 4, layer 7, layer 10. I've seen layer 9. This is all in the last few days. So I don't quite know how this is working today. But I'm bouncing around layers like a crazy person. When you group up, you can move to another layer, but outside of that group, you should return to your original. Once a zone reaches its target value, we start ignoring that layer reservation. Basically, if you're assigned layer 1 for the week and you travel to Stranglethorn Vale, and the game finds that layer 1 is over its target value, it will put you on a less populated Stranglethorn Vale and layer. This can be the first way that you're going to struggle to group up with friends. If you're smart, you form a party or a raid with the person you're trying to play with. At that point, we'll ignore the target value for the zone because you really want to play together. You'll both end up on the same layer. Hurrah. Everybody does the same thing. Now we have a lot of people in the same Stranglethorn Vale. We thought we're going to start lagging if we can't keep the population under control, but everybody keeps pulling in more people via groups. A new value takes into effect here, max. When we exceed the max value for a zone, we stop caring if you have a layer reservation, and we stop caring if you're in a party with someone. The copy of this zone is full. We can't keep sending people there or it's going to fall over. This is one of the biggest issues you're facing at the moment in Stranglethorn Vale, since everybody is forming 5-man groups and usually one person arrives ahead of the others. It's running into the max value for the zone and not allowing the rest of your group to come to the same copy of the zone. Think about it. If the zone can handle 500 people and allows them all in, and then they all invite 4 more people, we're going to crash. So we have to have a hard limit somewhere. It's true. It's true. This might be crazy, but why is there not just a big ass button that pops up on your screen? You know, a change layer button. I guess the downside of a huge, you know, there would have to be some requirements for you to be able to do it, and I know that within seconds some people would figure out how to game this. But if some member of your party, if you cannot all get onto the same layer, why doesn't a button pop up on all of your screens that just says, you know, merge onto a new layer, and you all have to press the button and you all have to agree with it and you all move somewhere else? Like I said, I'm quite sure that could easily be abused, that if you're on a layer that's about to lose, you could just dip, you could cheese it somehow, invite some dude that's on a different layer, then you get the pot. You know, I'm sure that gamers will do gamer things, but if you could, there's got to be something that they could do that just says, right, let's all move to a different layer so that we all play together. I don't know. Even if it's not a button, maybe, I don't know. Maybe that's actually technically what's happening anyway, that it's just pulling everybody into another layer. Getting layered unexpectedly after you've managed to all get together. This is one that I would consider a bug and not just a bad user experience. Some bad user experience when the alternative is the server dying is okay. Based on what we currently know, if 5 people are all together in a zone, in a group, they shouldn't get split apart after that point. But folks are reporting just that. So that's one we're going to need to dive into and figure out what's happening. Now, the good news is Classic is already working on a change that will keep parties together. So even if you move layers, you all move layers together, which will mitigate this issue. But there's still a behavior here that isn't expected that we need to get smarter on. So there you go. That's enough for a Sunday deep dive. The TLDR, groups are hard for the layering system to handle. And once the zone is full, the user experience at that point is gross. As the Classic team already mentioned, their changes coming to help improve that. And my end, I've been noodling the target and max values to try and find that sweet spot between lag and groups. As always, if you find this stuff fascinating, consider a career in design or engineering. Games are fun and hilariously complex beasts to work on, but very rewarding. I can't say I will be diving down that career path, but it's very, very interesting to see those who have, and some of the pitfalls that they're dealing with. Very interesting. 4, no players in the open world. That's because you PvP whore PO. That's why. Interesting though. Interesting. What it goes to show, more than anything, is that PvP is the single biggest stress on servers. PvP is the hardest thing for them to, figure out. Most PvE, they've got it dialed. This is why we have instanced dungeons, for example, right? Like, soon as you join into a dungeon, soon as you go to a raid, you get ported into your own little box. And you can play within your own little box, and your own little box is provided with enough system resources to make sure that little box runs properly. PvP in general, and worse still, world PvP, is clearly a difficult thing to get right. Guild Wars 2 do that with quiet maps. If you opt to shift to the busier one, you get a bonus to some stats for a bit. Don't know how it would affect competitive aspects though. Yeah, you can always incentivize people to go away, I suppose. This is the thing. I would imagine. I would imagine there is some sort of if any single layer at any given point, when the Blood Moon is up in Stranglethorn Vale, for example, there should be anybody who's got this buff, the opt-out of Blood Moon buff, should just instantly get ported, right? Just instantly get the fuck out of here. Not that you're going to be causing much server load, but we need every single system resource for the people doing PvP all of a sudden. it should just ping all of you out. The likelihood is if you've got this buff, you're also probably not in a group, nor do you particularly care what's going on around you other than hunting the tiger, you know? These are some sort of skinny little optimizations that would probably help quite a lot. As they said, idle players don't cause much CPU load, but they still cost some. And if you've got if you've got 100 people idling, kick them all off onto their own layer, and that extra space might be enough to get one extra group or party in with slightly less lag or something. I don't know. Like I said, I don't particularly know what I'm talking about with this. I just like the thought process behind it. They should move PvP onto a mission table if their servers can't handle the load. Yeah. Remember the Twilight text on retail? Turns out there's a similar thing in Season of Discovery. It's called Silk Cloth, isn't it? From my understanding. People have been able to shuffle Silk Cloth at reasonable rates from what I've heard. Address you, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. What the hell is this? Sheesh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kids? Okay, now. What rant did I land into? Oh, not so much of a rant. We were investigating a little bit about how sharding and layering works in WoW. A little bit of education. Where are we going? Loch Madan. We're going all the way down here. Is there a flight path in? Is there a flight path in the Badlands? Because I keep having to run down into here. Old school Badlands. Is there a flight? There probably is somewhere. I can't remember. How's the hoodie? Hoodie's nice, you know. I'm pleasantly surprised that, you know. Well, it's. I wouldn't be surprised if Sidemen clothing is, you know, it's a few steps above just merch, isn't it, at this point? Sidemen clothing is clearly, it wouldn't surprise me if it's a 7-figure business in and of itself. 8-figure business wouldn't surprise me either. But, yeah, nice. I can't complain for the money. Nearest flight path to Badlands is Loch Madan or the Searing Gorge. I might need to go get the Searing Gorge flight path. Although that's like a level 47 zone or something, isn't it? That starts getting a bit risky to even go into. Is it 47 zone? I can't remember. Where's Searing Gorge? I can't remember. Yeah, there's a flight point around there somewhere. I actually bought 2 of these hoodies. I bought the exact same but colour inverted. I bought the orange one with black trim. I took the risk of buying 2 at the same time, hoping that they would be nice. I'm actually wearing orange sweatpants right now though, so I thought if I put a hot orange hoodie on with orange sweatpants, I'm going to look like I've been tangoed, and nobody wants that. People complain I wear the same hoodie too frequently, so. You've been fanted. It depends if you're Pepsi or Coke, I suppose, doesn't it? I mean, I am drinking Fanta, so... Oh, you... there we go. We are drinking Fanta, so... I've taken quite a liking to this lemon Fanta. It's sugar-free, but it doesn't taste overly sugar-free, if that makes sense. Because lemon isn't particularly meant to be sweet in the first place. I would, before too long, quite like to cut all sugary drinks out, because they're not good for you, but some of them taste too nice. What's this rune we need? The carve rune? Did I never bother getting this? Serpent spread rune. We need 2 gold for that. Carve rune. There's guides to get all of these. There's another rune up here somewhere. What's the rune we get from up here? Cobra strikes. What's this one? Oh, that's the serpent spread. What we got on this neck of the woods? Another way to get carve. I hope to finish getting most of the runes. I still need 6 runes, you know. They're taking a lot. I keep getting distracted. This is the problem. We get distracted, and then all of a sudden we've achieved nothing, and 4 hours has disappeared. And I've just spotted that we're over 2 hours into the stream, and I'm like, what the hell have I done in 2 hours? We read a Twitter thread. Then again, I suppose we've gone over a WoW economy thread. We've read through a Twitter thread. We haven't done much in game though. Need to do some more stuff in game. Need to get over my bubble tea habit. Bubble tea. A tea's good for you though. There's no negative side to tea, unless you whack a load of sugar in it, mind. But tea's good for you, right? How does bubble tea make? What's bubble tea though? I don't even know. I don't drink tea. I've never been a tea fella. Surprises people when I tell them I don't drink tea, because obviously they're like, yeah, but you're English. I was like, yeah, but don't drink tea. Bubble tea would add that sugar. Oh, okay. I don't know how that works. Tapioca balls and brown sugar in it. Oh, I see. Give me a bubble monster. Well, I do have a loco. I do have a mango loco in the fridge. But I have the thirst for. But maybe tomorrow. It's actually not that bad, is it, getting down here? If you fly to Lochmadan, it's not too far of a distance. Found a recipe and it starts with 1 deciliter of brown sugar and it's only for 2 servings. Okay then, yeah, that's quite sugary. There's a great video of a guy trying bubble tea for the first time, not expecting the balls. You should always expect the balls. Am I right, ladies? Resulting in a car being sprayed with tea. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be pleasant for anybody involved, is it really? What are you doing? What are you doing? Is this going to be another level 41 elite? It is. I don't want bits or balls in my drink. yeah. Please keep all forms of anatomy out of my drink at all times. Yeah, it's not necessarily what you want in your drink, is it? Hello, who are you? Oh, you're just a buzzard. You're safe. There was a big old bird knocking around here that was question mark level. We didn't like that. I'm thinking we get rid of some of the locals first. Because the last thing I need is to be killing an elite whilst also trying to kill the locals. They're going to get in my way. Give Spot a bit of practice. Right. Now around here somewhere, we need to get the debuff. "31 more waylaid supplies and exalted for science." That's quite some science. That's quite some science. Okay, he's immune to stun. Let's make sure Spot stays alive. Hey, get the off me! Curse of agony me, you dick. Right, don't be dying, Spot. Need you nice and healthy now. Dodge that. Didn't dodge that. Surely somebody's hit Exalted already, though. Didn't they say something was meant to be available at Revered, it's just bugged that it's not? Something along those lines. Hang on, we've got to keep Spot alive here. This is getting a bit ropey. Spot needs more health than the Dark Rider at all times. And if that's not the case, we're failing at our job. Spot, don't be dying on me. Don't be dying on me. Do deeps. Big deeps. I've not got more heals for your Spot. I'm out of mana. This is not gravy. Right, we just poke it now. Just poke it. Poke it and the problem goes away. Boom. Magic. Like it. Like it. Good job, Spot. Well done, my boy. Slippery relic. It's a fish. Where'd it go? It's a fish. Oh, we've got another one to kill. Flipping hell, they're all over the place. How many of these have we got to kill? Where are your mana pots? In the auction house, where they belong. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I have 1 mana potion. Look, there we go. 1 mana potion. By the time we get to the next one, our mana will have recovered. It's fine. MP5 for the win. Focus potions. I need, yeah, IRL focus potions. For sure. Focus does often lack on this stream. Can't deny. I never got that. I accidentally watched 6 hours of the Great British Menu with the wife yesterday, which is why A, I didn't make a video yesterday, and B, why I didn't play any Season of Discovery yesterday evening. Me and Mrs. Manthius were a little bit hooked on the Great British Menu. Now, if you're not from the UK, you're probably like, "What the hell is that?" But it's one of these. It's one of these cooking competition program things, but it's quite a professional one. They take already professional chefs and they put them, they set them against each other to cook the best banquet dish. And this year the banquet is for the Paris Olympics, so it's all Olympic themed. And I've been greatly enjoying it. Obviously, I have the slight problem of not being in the UK, meaning actually getting access to the episodes is a touch tricky, but, you know, we have our ways. But yeah, me and the wife were binge watching that last night. Very fun. I'm hoping that there'll be some more episodes we can watch by the weekend. It did get me very hungry, though. This is a problem. When watching food programs, I physically cannot watch these food programs without just stuffing my face. It's quite problematic. This is a good reason to not watch TV. The more TV I watch, the more I eat. If I don't watch TV, then there is a definite link between my weight and the amount of TV I consume. Factual. A whirling Dalaran relic. Is this the last relic? Oh my god, no, there's another one. There's then another one in the Barrens. Oh my god, there's another one. There's a 9th one over in... There's a creepy Dalaran relic. Then we turn them all in. Ah, did you get experience for these? Should I have done these at like level 37 or something? Admittedly, then it would have been a touch more tricky to solo. I'm level 40 and can practically only just solo these. Then we go back here, hand them all in, and then we get the rune. Okay. Sheesh, it turns out we still have more to go. I didn't realise there was so many of these we had to get. I thought it was like 2 or 3, GG, well played. I didn't realise there was 9 flipping relics. Is it 8 or 9? I'm hoping we'll get some gold for each one though, right? Maybe. Maybe possibly. Because kind of poor right now, not gonna lie. Kind of poor. So if we get what I haven't actually done, what I haven't done is double checked. See, we're in Arathi Highlands now. Maybe we should do this one as well. We should do Steady Shot while we're here. I knew there was a wombo combo opportunity somewhere. At the very least, we should do this after we've got this rune, because we're right here now. 2 birds, 1 stone. That's the way. Now, I know I'm already level 40, but I'm seeing, like, way less people on the map. Just, you know, considering that we're, considering what we were talking about recently, there seems to be way less people. Good suggestion for Zygore would be combining all the runes into one guide, get them in an efficient manner. Yeah, it's nice that they have the guides, but it would be really nice to say, like, right, I want an collect all runes guide that just systematically takes you in the right spot and does it all. I think that would be very clever. Would definitely be an improvement in my eyes. Because it's only because I know that there are two in close proximity now that I'm able to get both of them. Sure, there's the argument that most people probably wouldn't actually bother trying to get all of them, but, you know, if you're going to do it, you might as well. Travel is such a big thing travel is a huge, great big thing in Classic. Waste is probably the wrong term, but you spend a hell of a lot of time traveling places, so limiting any of that, even if it's only slightly, big optimization. Right, let's keep Spot nice and healthy whilst everything's on cooldown. Let's not attract a friend. We don't need friends. Go away, friend. Go away, friend. Not friendly. Oh, he's only level 31. He's unlikely to aggro anyway. Go on, Spot. Doing the Lord's work. Casual 60% of my damage. Love that. He's got his cooldown in a minute. Just keep him up, keep him up, keep him up. Boom! Go, Spot, go. Don't be dying on me now. Don't be dying on me now. Beautiful. Lovely stuff. Right, yeah, I would half, but instead we're going to go and do whatever we need to do here. Steady shot rune. Is this just literally turn up, go get it? Looks like a larger fish that swims in the water. Collect the rune of steady shot. GG. Easy business. It's interesting how some of them would like kill a mob, get the rune, and then some of them are like huge, great big quest lines. I suppose you've got to have some easy stuff, some difficult stuff, right? I wonder if one of the biggest problems for Zygore when putting these guides together for Classic and Season of Discovery and stuff is just time constraints. Once again, due to the fact that you would obviously somewhat hope that they test this thoroughly, and that's not an easy thing to do in Classic because they probably just play the game the same as we do. Boom. Easy. Literally the quickest rune in history. Where'd he go? That one. Steady shot ability. Steady shot on the belt instead of exposed weakness. Your melee and range crits increase your attack power by 40% of your current agility. Steady shot causes 60% ranged weapon damage. It's just another button to press. Is this going to be pressed? Would you press steady shot instead of arcane shot, or will you do some magic weaving business? I don't know. I'll just use exposed weakness. I'm one of those casual players that would almost always choose a passive skill over an active skill. Just by proxy of it being one less thing I have to think about. We're out of bag space and all. I could probably do with handing in some of these sigils, to be honest, before we go grab yet more of them. We're running out of space. But have I got any... to be fair, I've probably got a bunch of trash in my bags I can just vendor, haven't we? Oh, or not. Let's get rid of some rubbish we don't need. Insignia cap, not worth much more than it vendors for. Agi scroll, we should probably just use the Agi scroll if I'm honest. Raptor hide, sell that. Buzzard wings, sell that. Mage weave bandages, we should actually, the irony there is we should sell those, not vendor them. That'll do. That'll do. Right, let's get on a flight path. $13 out of 18. Getting there. Slowly but surely. I'm hoping this is the last sort of like long pain in the ass grindy one. I'm not sure. Right, time to fly, time to pee. I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Entertain yourselves for a couple. While I'm gone, contemplate checking out Zygore if you haven't already. Shameless promo here, but you can check out Zygore. I use it day in, day out. Currently can offer you a nice cheeky 20% off if you use code Manthy. Hashtag sellout. Alrighty. We nearly there yet? We're nearly at the bootiest of the bays. The bootiest of the bays. Where are we off to? Oh, we don't even really need to be in Booty Bay. We're heading over to Ratchet and we're grabbing a heavy Dalaran relic apparently. So this is... There's this one. 1, 2... 2 more. The last two. Last 2 sigils to get. Last 2 and then we're on the home stretch. How many people got their love rocket this year, though? By the way, either their love rocket or their Drake manuscript. I've seen, not surprisingly, I've seen just as many people frustrated about not getting it again this year as I have people who have, you know, been lucky. Got both. Both is a good result. Both is a very good result. Did it on 2 characters, got neither, so I guess 400% failure rate. Oh lord. Got the rocket, but not the manuscript. Rocket's probably the most sought after, I guess, right? Didn't care too much about the manuscript. Got the rocket last year, so I only did the bare minimum to get that on the other mount. I think I don't think there's many people that would have been pumping to get the manuscript. I saw Kraken Latte was pushing to get both of them, I believe, and was not lucky after over 1,000 attempts this year. That really goes to show just how ridiculous the drop rate is. That nice little bump, that bonus you get to your first kill per day is almost a spit in the face, it feels, at this point. Because if you take a 0.001 drop rate and you bump it tenfold, you're still never going to get the damn thing. It's a real feels bad for some players, I'm not gonna lie. And I can imagine there's like big time mount collectors out there that it's like practically the last one they need. I wouldn't be so begrudged by it if you could just perma farm it, right? Something that's got a stupid low drop chance, but you can give it a go once a week. Once, you know, the problem for me is that Love Is in the Air turns up for 2 weeks of the year, and then it's done. GG. If you don't, you get 14 opportunities, 14 days to have a blast at it, and outside of that 14 days, you are shit out of luck. That's the thing that frustrates me more so about it. That's why I think having such a low drop rate on it is like double gross. I didn't enjoy it when I farmed it myself. I did it because it's a cool ass mount. That said, having it has been more enjoyable off the back of the fact that it's so rare. And I don't particularly think I got it like quickly. I was running that event on multiple characters for multiple years before I got it. The Drake manuscript, though, I think that's shocking performance that it's such a low drop chance. That's seemingly, you know, Blizzard are like, oh shit, how do we get the people who have already got the Love Rocket to go and do it all again? Oh, we'll throw a manuscript on there and we'll make it just as rare to get. The reward doesn't pay off, though, for me. The manuscript is nowhere near as attractive, especially considering by the time we have Love Is in the Air again, we won't no longer be caring so much about the 5 dragons, you know? It seems really odd that they chose to make this such a disgustingly low drop rate. To mog a dragon that in 6 months' time you probably won't care about. It will just be yet another mount. Next year, now that enough have the Love Rocket, we're lowering the drop rate. Yeah, we're reverting it back because too many people have got it, clearly. Feels bad. It's a real feels bad. Is it really telling us to then fly down here first? Wasn't there one in the Barrens we were meant to get? Isn't that the reason we're here? Yeah, I was going to say, I knew there was one in the Barrens we were meant to get. Right, let's mosey on up, grab this one. A heavy Dalaran relic. I remembered yesterday as well that one thing I wanted to do last night that I didn't do was test out that new game that was suggested to me. We even installed it. I can't remember what it was called. Galactic something or other. Is it Deep Rock Galactic? Apparently the survival mode's quite fun. This is something I was actually going to look at today, and I must remember to do it before it flies past me again. When is Last Epoch officially out? When does it actually go 1.0? Because I wanted to have a little bit of a look at that prior to it going 1.0, because apparently they're going to do a reset, and I'd rather do some learning prior to the reset, so then when it actually resets, we can, you know, we know what we're doing. Because if that's... I have a feeling that's like in a day or two's time. It may even be tomorrow. Are we good to go here? I think we're good to go. He's around here somewhere. Right, pew pew. Pew pew Barney McGrew. Tomorrow? Is it literally tomorrow? Okay, well, I've cut this a bit fine, haven't I? I knew it was soon. I thought it was more to the end of the month, though. But maybe I kind of forget that February has less days. And more importantly, I kind of forget that we are within a week of the end of the month already, technically. 1.0 launches tomorrow, and there isn't a reset. You can pick between Legacy, keep your stuff, or opt to cycle 1 fresh start. Ah, okay. That makes a slight difference. My main theory here was I wanted to not be learning on the job, if that makes sense. I wanted to have a good idea of what was going on before we did it. But yeah, Last Epoch is officially launched tomorrow. It's been in early access for a year or two now, I think, but since Diablo 4 didn't really scratch my itch for an ARPG, it's tempting to try one of the competitors out. Go back, fly down, then fly. Why would we go back, fly down, and fly up? Why can't we just run up? Surely we can just run up, right? Surely we just run up. Am I shooting myself in the foot by trying to do this? Yes, because we're in... Okay, yeah, follow Zygore. Zygore knows. Don't mess with Zygore. Zygore knows what he's doing. Don't mess with the plan. Oh, it's been in early access for like 4 years. Okay. Well, either time flies or maybe I was not really that aware of it for a long time. Who are you? Desert Mirage? Random Ass Elite? Who are you? What? Odd. The hell is that about? Oh, that could be for a rune or something, maybe. What does it say? An illusion of the barren land. Okay. Oh, it's a druid rune. Oh, okay. There's lots of random stuff that jumps out at me that I don't know if it's just, you know, a rare or something new that's been added. Not a game for me. I've got a new Power Wash DLC next week to look forward to. Power Wash Simulator is a funny one. It's one of those weird... It's kind of... I guess it falls into the category of, like, oddly satisfying, right? That you know, you just... Doesn't take any brain effort, particularly. But you just kind of polish away. Make something look shiny. I get the appeal. Whoever came up with the idea, though, was... I suppose these simulator games, they seem to have the approach of throw spaghetti at the wall. We'll make a simulator for everything and see what sticks. Some of them work, some of them don't. Power Wash Sim seems funny. What was that game we played a while ago with the destructive zones? That was quite fun. Had the same sort of vibe for me, just kind of oddly satisfying. Top 10 games of all time, so awesome. I've never played it, but I understand the appeal. I've never really been like the farming sims or the train driving sims or anything like that. It's never really been my thing, but I get power washing sim. Like I said, ASMR, styly, oddly satisfying kind of game. DLC is a crossover to Warhammer 40k. Okay. What you get to power wash a space marine or something. Actually, whilst we're flying, I wanted to have a quick little look at Steam. Oh yeah, I was looking at Ark. I was wondering about playing Ark as well at some point. Last Epoch. 34 of the hard earns. 30th of April 2019, so yeah, about 4 hours ago. 4 years ago. It's really weird. It's really weird to think that 2019 wasn't just a year or two ago. 2019 was half a decade ago. Right? Think about that for a second. That's how fucked up COVID has made all our brains. That 2019 is half a decade ago. That's mental. 2019 was yesterday, as far as I'm concerned. Literally yesterday. It was a plague ago. It was, exactly. Literally a plague ago. Is it worth getting deluxe upgrades, ultimate upgrades? I tend to assume usually not, unless there's good reason to. Last Epoch 1.0 release patch notes and downtime notice. Is there like... February 21st. So yeah, it comes out, or launches officially tomorrow. That's a cool gaming PC. Oh, they've teamed up with Starforge. Pumped up the graphics big time. It's only cosmetic stuff. Okay, full graphics upgrade for 1.0 is awesome. Million copies sold already. Not bad. Not bad at all. Check the trailer. It's pretty nice. Somebody got links. It's easier if somebody's got links. I mean, I can find it, but... have I got a YouTube page up? No. No surprises. All the big ARPG guys are jumping on it. Riker, Darth microtransaction, developer stream, official tech trailer. Yeah, official tech trailer. Let's have a look at this. Hang on, let me get some chromes on the go.
Etera is dying, traveler.
Hang on. Why is Steam still in the corner? Go away. Go away. Go away. Steam. Shoo. Fine. Exit Steam.
The void consumes our world.
I've just realised that's now smack bang in the middle of my screen. Turn that off for a second.
And drags us deeper into madness.
Hang on, if they've upgraded settings, let's at least see them.
We're all out of time.
So 15 masteries, Sentinel, Paladin, a Forge Guard, Void Knight sounds fun. Fuck no, am I playing a mage? Hell no. Rune Master looks clever. A Druid, Beast Master, Druid, Shaman,
Deadly precision.
Pokeboy, Blade Dancer, Marksman. Oh, Marksman is a rogue thing.
Unfathomed power.
Necromancer, Acolyte. Necromancer's a sub-spec.
Now see.
Warlock.
Etera's end is upon us. You have to go back.
120 customizable skills. Okay, they happen too fast. 4-player co-op. Now this is the bit that intrigues me. This bit intrigues me. You know why? Because the crafting system in the economy was greatly designed by one of the guys that makes TSM. He used to be a Blizzard dev and is now moved over to work on Last Epoch. So that's kind of, you know, partly one of the reasons I want to go and have a little bit of a look at it. But it's, I think it could be interesting. So what we got here, let's just ever so quickly look. Forging potential, prefixes, suffixes. There seems to be some way to upgrade them. 23 forging potential remaining. Costs 1 to 24 reforging potential to press the button. Tweaks the stats a little bit. This could be interesting. PoE moves so fast, I took a couple of years break and was completely lost when I came back. Yeah, Path of Exile's got a bloat problem. This is why everybody suggests everybody else use a guide when playing Path of Exile, at least the first time, or the first time back into it after a long time. Because huge amounts of the content you just flat out ignore, apparently. That's probably where I got lost with Path of Exile, because I didn't do that. I just picked up the game and played it for a few weeks. Crafting looks a lot more fun than D4, that's for sure. This seems to have taken some influence from Path of Exile for sure. Item factions. Hang on, let's just pause something here. So this is set pieces, legendary pieces, keeping very traditional to what you would kind of expect. Newest first, bizarre. Oh, is this like an auction thing? In-game auction thing? Oh my god, we could be all over this like a rash, boys and girls. Can we become... Can we become Last Epoch's Goblin? Uber Goblin? Fuck playing the game when you can buy shit off the auction house. The Bazaar. Level range, gold cost, rarity class, subtype, search, newest first. It's rudimentary, but possibly. Crafting in Last Epoch's really good. Once you get the base item you want, you can just craft it exactly with what stats you want on top of it. Sounds spicy. Monolith of Fate endgame system. The hell was that? Dungeons. Endless Arena. Is this PvP?
Terra's past holds many secrets.
It looks good though. For an ARPG, it looks shiny.
Break them. Find a way to save our world before we're all out of time.
Launches tomorrow. Interesting. That looks pretty cool, you know. I think I like that. I think we might give that a go for a week or so, I think. I think it's worth throwing some time at to see what's what. Patch 1.0 patch overview. Is this going to go slight? Oh, this is the official launch. Oh, what did we just watch then? Oh, we watched the technical trailer. This is the official trailer.
Save them. But the fate of a terror is sealed. I know you've seen it, traveler. You can run from it. You can fight against its grip.
I think it will probably try and tell a story, but as long as it doesn't try too hard, because nobody cares about story in these games.
All remains between hope and oblivion is time.
See, I always want to go one of two ways with these games. I either want to hit things with a big sword, or I want to tap into my hunter vibes.
Every last refuge. Every shattered link on the chains of time. It all leads back to me.
Alright. Yeah, sure, cool. This one goes over all the new things? Man, this, yeah, exactly, pretty much. Pretty much exactly like that. I either want to hit things very hard, or I want to stand back and I want to pew things and preferably have have some sort of animal go and do most of the hard work for me. That's usually my types of approach. I've never really been one for playing like the wizard mage kind of things particularly. There seems to be some options though with this. Oh, so this is the patch overview. Is
Hello,
this
travelers. My name
is this going to be totally foreign to me though, on the basis of the fact that I have not paid a single minute of interest to this game prior to this. Is this just going to go over patch notes? Shit that's not going to have much of appeal to it. Well, let's see.
Game director for Last Epoch and founder of 11th Hour Games. I want to welcome all of our new community members joining us for the official launch of Last Epoch, and give a huge thank you to all of you who have been with us throughout early access.
Why you liked Pal
Because of your tremendous
you
support,
go kill
we're
things and
launching
I'll
a game
stand here
that
and
was
loot.
just a dream not too long ago, and we're extremely excited to share it with all of you. Last Epoch began as an after-hours passion project founded by a Reddit post in 2017. A group of us ARPG enthusiasts banded together and set off on our dream to create the next great loot-based action RPG. This was to be a game made by us players who were passionate about the genre and would always listen to the community that plays these games as their hobby, because that's who we are too.
It looked a lot
That
like
was a
Path
pretty
of
lofty
Exile
goal,
back in the
considering
day.
we had absolutely no funding. The majority of our early founders had never worked in the games industry, and we were mostly just die-hard action RPG fans, wanting to ensure that our hobby had a bright future. Through Kickstarter and
always
the
a good
support
start.
of our incredible community, we've grown from a development team of just 5 or 6 to over 90 people from across the world who've banded together through a love of collecting loot and building awesome heroes. Our unconventional studio has been able to achieve things that typically require much larger companies, and I attribute that to our team's intense collective desire to make the next great action RPG, the game that we want to play as fans for all of us. We're incredibly excited that in just a couple days we'll be launching the 1.0 version of Last Epoch, marking the beginning of our journey with you in the world of Eterra, a world where we plan to release new powers to discover, gods to slay, loot to find, and in-game challenges to conquer for years to come.
I'm desperately trying not to be
For
a
those
Paul
of you who are
Sandy.
brand new, Last Epoch is a loot-based, top-down action RPG where you will travel through time in a desperate attempt to save the fated world of Eterra. Along your journey, you will
Story
choose to
doesn't
ascend
matter.
into one of 15 different mastery classes.
Okay, this is where I want to looky. So you have base classes, and then you have presumably like specializations. So Sentinel hits things very hard, right? Sentinel is going to run around and smash things. In turn, you become a Void Knight, a Paladin, or a Forge Guard. Acolyte is your more necromantic kind of zombie warlocks, necromancers, and the Lich. Mage, probably not my jam, although often a very, very overpowered. Rogue is a stabby boy. Now, Marksman appeals to me, but the Rogue way of life, not so much. Primalist, Beastmaster Primalist might be my play, you know? Beastmaster Primalist sounds good. Falconeer, yeah. Birdie do birdie things. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't particularly usually like the rogue playstyle, all the stealthy, ninja-y, daggery kind of stuff. But I do like, I lean more towards hunters and pets and that sort of stuff. Hence why I main a hunter in WoW. Beastmaster sounds quite cool. Marksman with some rogue business potentially. I have no idea what a Forge Guard is, but that sounds very tanky. Void Knight could just be god tier level damage. That's interesting. There's options there, isn't there? There's options. I think I could easily dip into a few of those. Rogues can use daggers or bows at the start, so you can kind of play as a hunter at base level. Interesting. Shaman, Beastmaster, Druids, Primalists. Okay. Options.
Classes,
Options
each
is
with
good.
unique skills, passives, and playstyles, as you take on divine gods, immortal empires, and the all-devouring void. In Last Epoch, you'll find over 125 classes.
Whoa, what's this? So this is mage business by the looks of things, look. Fireball, Lightning Blast, Snap Freeze, Elemental Nova, all very magey things, teleports, kind of what you'd expect. Then you dip into Sorcerer, Spellblade, or Rune Master, so presumably you pick one. Unlocked by spending points in the Rune Master passive tree. Okay. So you niche down.
Skills, each with its own customizable and transformative skill tree. You'll find a deep loot system with over 300 unique items, each with its own build-defining power you won't find anywhere else. Powerful idols that fit strategically into your inventory, and our renowned legendary system, which can take even the most unassuming...
What are these epic ones? Right, so let's look at this. We've got this, quite simply, level 73 requirements, so I'm presuming the level cap is quite high. Armor, health gained on block, 95% increased healing effectiveness, necrotic resistance. Okay.
uniques and turn them into the most powerful items in the game.
Whoa, what's this? Big boy shield, legendary bandit shield, 19% block chance, loads of block effectiveness, increased physical damage, shield throw damage, block chance, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 secondaries, mod explanations, compare items. It's all kind of as you would expect from an ARPG. Looks positive. That idol system looks interesting. That looks as if you can kind of play a game of Jigsaw with your idols. If you look over here, you've got like, you can probably pick up different idols of different shapes and sizes, and you can kind of like squeeze them in, play Jigsaw. Meaning you can, there may not, this kind of is often a good way to avoid cookie cutterness. There's a bit more customization here. Those idols, okay, I'm not repeating that on stream. That's instant demonetization on YouTube, but I agree. I agree. Is this available on Game Pass? I don't believe it is. No, I think this is Steam only.
You'll need all of that power at your disposal when you enter our expansive in-game that includes ancient dungeons, an endless ranked arena.
Hang on, where did my pixels go? Give me back my pixels.
Of champions and shattered timelines in the monolith of fate. If you're new to the world of Last Epoch, you've picked the perfect time to jump in. We've made sure that Last Epoch is a game that you can dive into without any prior information. But if you're looking for help, there are a ton of great starter guides made by our awesome community of content creators who have put in a lot of effort into providing entertaining and informative content for Last Epoch fans. There's also an in-game guide that provides you all the information you need to go from a beginner to having an advanced understanding of the game.
Very helpful. Search function. Oh, nothing beats a good search function. So underrated, but so useful. Weaver's Will is a special mechanic on certain unique items representing the amount of total affix tiers the unique item will gain at maximum when turned into a legendary item. This is the shit that you need in a game, right? This is a good start. This is why people didn't understand knowledge trees, because you have a little tooltip that doesn't tell you a lot, and people are like, sure. From what I can see, they took the best ideas from a few different games. Might work. Yeah, I mean, you know, if somebody else's success can be copy paste, why not?
Game. Now let's talk about what's new in Last Epoch. The full release of Last Epoch brings about the final remaining two masteries, the Falconer and the Warlock. The Falconer emerges as the third mastery for the Rogue,
birdie do
showcasing
birdie
impressive
things. Look.
Command of tactical traps and deadly falconry. With her fierce avian companion, she weaves through the battlefield with quick wits and unscrupulous tactics.
Wow,
forging an
killer
unbreakable bond
pigeon.
with her falcon ally through the falconry skill.
That's actually
Initiating
quite
falcon
cool.
strikes and deploying skills like dive bomb and aerial assault, the falconer brings tactical chaos to the battlefield, leaving her enemies unsure of what they should fear next, the talon or the blade. Along with the new class comes some exciting new unique items that empower new playstyles if you're lucky enough to find them. Today, I want to show off Falcon Fists. This rare unique lets you dive all in on
Sorry,
empowering
that's
your
hidden
Falcon's
behind me.
attacks while turning your melee hits into an explosive
It doesn't say
Falcon
anything
punch.
special.
Finally, stepping out of the darkness is the long-awaited Warlock, a new class mastery for the Acolyte set on tearing into the essence of her foes, twisting and corrupting their spirits.
Literally
The
ripping
Warlock
the
wields
zone
an
apart.
arsenal of new curses, each uniquely designed
Anguish, Penance, Decrepify, Acid Skin, and Torment.
to dim the mind, break the body, and inflict pain. Rain down chaos bolts, feast on the souls of your enemies, and break open the ground, unleashing destructive necrotic energy and unyielding undead husks. What Warlock
Too
is
magey
complete
for
without
me.
an arsenal
Too
of unique
magey.
items to curse and corrupt their foes? One such treasure is quite literally the spine of your enemies, turning your chthonic fissure into a set of rapidly striking flame.
Creative.
The Warlock and Falconer aren't the only travelers who will be wielding new skills in Atera. The Primalist is adding 2 new powerful skills to his arsenal. Gathering Storm, which calls down bolts of lightnings upon the enemies around you, and a redesigned Tempest Strike, which wields the power of wind, frost, and thunder, with all 3 elements coming to bear at the tip of your weapon. The Paladin is receiving a powerful new skill tree to complete his divine arsenal.
Hit
In
things
addition
very
to erupting
hard.
Holy Judgment and protecting allies
Yes.
with auras and sigils.
Oh,
the
protect
Paladin
and
will harness the
healing.
power of
Screw healing.
hands, a
Oh,
skill
that's
capable
Paladin
of
off the-
keeping
off
allies
the-
alive
off
as well
for
as
me.
burning the evil out from the enemies of
No, there ain't no way you want to do a ZDPS, but Paladin, no. I want to hit things and I want things to die.
Atera, especially the undead and void abominations. We continue to improve, update, and strengthen every mastery in Atera. Countless skills have been rebalanced and modified. Our current page count for balance and updates is clocking in at 32 pages. You can find all of the details on our forums. I'm excited
Selling it like a student guide there. 180 pages long.
to share with you the immense amount of visual and gameplay feel improvements coming with the full release of Last Epoch. For 1.0, we have overhauled and updated all of our character rigs and every single character animation.
They
in the
do
game.
look cool.
This means that characters move more dynamically, their attack
Skellies went boom.
animations feel more impactful, and individual character identities and movements are able to shine through. You will also notice interface enhancements everywhere.
Did you see the character name there? Hang on, can I go back to
more
that?
dynamically, their attack animations feel more impactful, and individual character identities and movements are able to shine through. You will also
How to know the game tester was bored of making new characters. Character name, blah blah. It's actually a legit name. I like that. But okay, so you have primary stats by the looks of things. This is the Rune Master. Vitality, strength, dexterity, intellect, attunement. You have your health pool, you have your movement speed, you have your mana regen, standard stuff. You have resistances. Fire, lightning, cold, physical, poison, necrotic, and void. Okay. And then more stats than you can throw a stick at. Damage, defense, minion, and others. There's a lot that's gone into it.
notice interface enhancements everywhere you look. We've taken a lot of time to improve the user interface visuals and provide better information across the game. We've made big updates to lighting and shadows, with new tech that will be immediately noticeable to all returning Last Epoch players and tremendously improves the overall visual quality of the game. Additionally,
That druid
we've
looked
added
cool.
scene variants, which introduces random weather, season, and vegetation visuals throughout the echoes of the monolith. We're also bringing many new and updated enemies to
Ew.
the world of Atera that you will find all throughout the game, including in many campaign zones that have had significant updates. You'll notice wolves, bears, saber-tooths, and more have been updated, and of course, for you Primalist
It's a
players, your
scorpion.
companions are no exception.
Oh,
For
companions.
combat, we've made many improvements in addition to animation
Stingy
updates,
boy.
including improved damage numbers that react to the direction of impact, increased hit sounds in the audio mix, brought back screen shake settings, and increased the visual weight of some hit effects. This has combat feeling better than ever.
I don't know. Hitting
We've
things
added a
very hard looks
significant
fun,
amount
doesn't
of
it?
new 2D and 3D visuals for character gear and items, including
Proper
new
ninja.
item tooltips that truly showcase the outstanding loot in Atera. Earlier this year, we released information on our much-anticipated item factions system, and we are excited to see players get to experience this for the very first time with this release. Will you choose to align with the Merchants Guild and gain access to the bustling bazaar and an economy of travelers and trade, all collectively bargaining and hunting for the best items Atera has to offer? Or will you join the Circle of Fortune, set your sights to the stars, and increase your chances of finding the ultimate weapons and armor through prophecy? Either way,
What? What? You're going to look at a star and you're going to find... I don't want to find a big dick weapon on a star. Hey? Okay, that needs some more explaining.
choose to hunt for incredible items in Last Epoch, you won't have to worry about your friends losing out on the perfect upgrade that happens to drop for them while they're away. With the new resonance system, you will have a chance to gain resonance with your friends who you fight alongside. Using a resonance will allow you to gift items directly to your friends, but be sure to be picky, as resonances are powerful resources. Our full
Okay.
release is also bringing a staggering amount of balance updates, new unique items, new item affixes, new item bases, and much, much more. If you'd like to learn everything that is coming in Last Epoch 1.0, please visit our patch notes on the forum using the link in the description down below. Once again, I want to sincerely thank all of you from the bottom of our hearts. We are a team formed from the ARPG community, and to be able to make it this far with Last Epoch and share this creation with you is a dream come true. We cannot wait for you to experience the full release and the awesome plans we have for the future. We'll see you in Atera on February 21st.
It doesn't look too bad, does it? I'm positively hopeful for this. Positively hopeful. The thing for me, more than anything else, is as long as it's got some good leveling, there's already for me the desire to play different classes, because there's not one strict class that I'm like, right, that one, I'm going to do that one. There's a bit of a kiss curse there. I don't particularly like the roguey aspect, but if you can do Beastmaster-esque roguiness, that's cool to me. The Falconer, just pigeon do pigeon things, just looks quite funny. Whether it actually ends up being particularly good gameplay-wise, I'm not sure. You can run around, you can smash things very hard. They seem to have diversified a little bit with the classes, which is nice. The whole trading and the bazaar thing intrigues me a lot. They didn't talk about crafting in this at all, but I've heard that there's quite some crafting options in the game as well. I think I know what we're doing for a few days, boys and girls. I'm quite sure that we might finish the week by playing some Last Epoch, and then we'll see how far it takes us. I'm already seeing a lot of systems within a system within a system. It might have problems with longevity, because when you do pile all of that on in one go, anytime you want to release something more, you have the tendency to just layer it. But it seems as if it's, let me put it this way, it already looks more appealing than D4. And as long as some of this endgame content is padded out nicely in the game to begin with, could be good. Could be good. Yeah, monetization and microtransactions is an interesting one. I hope they keep it at best cosmetic. I mean, I would obviously much prefer them to just, if they want more money, just let me know and I'll pay more to play the game. If you price it at $30, you kind of also think that you might be subject to microtransactions at some point as well. But $30 is the competitive price nowadays, I think. Everybody knows AAA games are going to nickel and dime you for 60, 70, 80, 90, $100, and then they're going to throw battle passes and loot boxes and all sorts of shit at you on top. So $30, I think, is not too bad, I reckon. Watch over the fence for now. E.g. Watchman. Well, yeah, we might play this for a few days. See what happens. Some of the reviews on Steam are saying it's more accessible than Path of Exile, but with more lore depth than D4. I mean, that's got to be good all round, right, surely? That's got to be good all round. Why release it on a WoW reset day? I mean, I don't think WoW reset days matter too much right now. Retail is quiet. Very quiet. Yeah, I might pick that up on Steam. We'll install that. We'll have a little play with that over the next couple of days, I reckon. Could be fun. Could be fun. Somewhat excited. It's more complex than D4, but not as complex as PoE. I think that's fine. I think that's what most people want. D4 was very... The itemization in D4 is so bland. So incredibly bland, that there feels like there was nothing much to it, and worse still, in Diablo 4, nothing feels like it works together. I don't know if they've fixed resistances yet in D4, but it was a whole subsection of itemization that you just ignored because it didn't matter. Now, that's not to say Last Epoch will have done any better, but I'm willing to give it a go. Let's put it that way. More than willing to give it a go. Looks good. Let's see if we can finally finish off and actually get this relic today. By the looks of things, we have one more Dark Rider to kill. I'd killed one out here already. I hope this isn't telling me to do the same one again. We do still need the creepy Dalaran relic. They missed out on doing earlier access for the most expensive edition. Yeah, I will, if there is rhyme or reason to pay more for the game, we'll investigate, don't worry. Don't you worry. Right, let's get Spot on the go. Let's clear the area before we try and kill this last one. I think I've already got this one. Is this not maybe the one I already got and already handed in? I wonder if I've come all the way over to Desolus for nothing, just by proxy of the fact I have a sneaky suspicion I'd already got this one. Because look, I've already done one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Have I got 6 relics in my bag? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's actually everything. I don't think I need this one. I think I've already done this one. Which means we need to get back to here to turn them all in. Which means we need to wait 9 minutes for our Hearthstone. Flipping hell. Anybody got any more Last Epoch trailers to watch? Got a 9-minute cooldown on our hands. Happy to drop in and find a pretty new game to watch, but now I've got to do some work in. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it, Stella. Enjoy the rest of your day. Just got $50 back off a friend of mine borrowed. How timely. I think I'll still wait for some Last Epoch streams, though. That's a smart move. It's a smart move. Let us content-thirsty people pay out the nose first. See if it's any good. Smart move. Are you interested in Ashes of Creation? I've seen little snippets of Ashes of Creation. I've not seen a lot. It's one of those that I'll pay more attention to once we actually maybe possibly start to see something actually materialize from it, rather than just sort of hype train stuff. What I did spot actually was some Last Epoch, like beginner's guide or something. Oh my god, Rax has done a video on it and it's an hour long. Okay, we're not going there then. The Ultimate Last Epoch class picking guide, 44 minutes long. I love me a long video, but I'm not watching a 44-minute long video. Ultimate Last Epoch starter guide, 24 tips and bits and bobs, potentially. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got here? Woody's on it as well. I really don't want to watch 25-minute long videos, boys and girls. Condense your shit. No, I can't find a video that's under flipping 30 minutes long. Alright, well, I tried. Alright, what's Woody got to say
Hi
on this?
everyone.
What's Woody got to say on this? Woody's a long-time pumper in Diablo, and so I somewhat hold value in his opinion.
So, Last Epoch releases on the 21st of February. It's just a few days from now. And of course, the Maximal guys are working hard to bring you the most up-to-date guides, resource posts, builds, and obviously tier lists, so that you are best prepared to jump into the game. Now, a lot of you guys watching this are probably newcomers to the game, have no clue whatsoever what is what. So I want to try to give you a bit of a perspective here. But in general, there are a lot of different build options. When you look at those tier lists, they have already created a lot of these build guides. All of these like white text links are clickable links. You can open them. There's a full build guide written by our Maxwell team here on Last Epoch, you know, detailing the equipment.
For those who have actually played Last Epoch already, is it worth following a guide? Because I know if you play Path of Exile and don't follow a guide, you're just done goofed, right? Is it something that is somewhat smart to do, or is it worth throwing 20 hours at it trying to figure shit out and then re-rolling when you don't like it, kind of thing? Because I do not object to just following a guide when playing a new game, but I also think it's not really the most interesting way to do it sometimes. It's kind of why I didn't enjoy Path of Exile as much. The thought of having to verbatim follow a guide and just do what somebody else has already worked out didn't appeal to me. I haven't played it yet, but sure, I'm not going to follow any guide. Go in blind, experiment, still feel what's fun. Personally, I feel it's more fun to do it yourself, find builds that you like. Yeah, I'm of the same mindset for the most part, yeah.
Idols, the skills, the skill trees, the talents, and basically everything you would need. There are also different progression steps. So for example here, in the endgame guides, they have like the starting gear, advanced gear, endgame gear, and the biz gear. So you can kind of see, like, you know, how to progress, what to look for, what are the stats you want, and so on. So they are very detailed and give you a really good overview of how to play a certain build and how to progress through the end game. Now I gotta say that I have not.
This is just gonna be this is gonna be a casual Maxwell.gg advert, isn't it? Probably. Okay. Patch notes. 20-30 minute long videos again. Don't want 20-30 minute long videos. Alright, maybe comprehensive guide to crafting in Last Epoch. Can I get a TLDR guide, not a comprehensive one? Alright, maybe we'll dive in tomorrow. We'll dive in, we'll have a look, we'll play it out, we'll test it, we'll see what happens. If it's fun, we'll keep playing it. If as soon as it stops being fun, we'll stop playing it. How about that? That's something I can guarantee. Right, I've got 2 minutes until we can hearth back to wherever we're going, which will be Stormwind. Then we take a little trek down here, hand in all of these. I wonder if these actually do give us... Do these turn into quests? Not until we talk to the dude. Alright. Sorry, we're bouncing around a lot today. I know this is sometimes the way. Going for yourself, even though some... yeah, I wish I knew these kind of things can be handy, but there are also some things that are fun to find out yourself. They're good things to watch a week into playing a game, I think. Once you've had a good blast yourself and have like tried and tested a few things, then backseat and spoiler everything, because then, you know, by that point it doesn't matter. This will be rune number 14. That will still mean there's 4 that I'm missing. I think this is the last of the phase 2 one, so it means I just have to run around and pick up some of the phase 1 runes again, which I can do in my own leisure, nor is it particularly vital to the progress of the character. Did we finish leatherworking? Almost. I technically have the ability to get to 225 in leatherworking. What really is something I want to look at doing at some point is picking up the rest of the recipes that we don't have. There's huge amounts of recipes in Classic. That's what I love about Classic crafting. And a huge amount of them come from weird and obscure places, which can actually lend good value to then crafting and selling the item as well. Did you get some better braces or make them? No, I should probably even look and see if there are any braces I can make. We don't even make any Maon gear yet. Shoulders, pants, gloves, gloves, shoulders, gloves, gloves, shoulders, belt, gloves, belt, gloves, belt. We don't make any braces by the looks of things. Light leather braces seem to be the only one we make. That's not to say that we don't. It probably just means I haven't learnt the recipe. What have we got on here? Helms, shoulders, chests, braces. We make a huge amount of braces. 155 barbaric braces. 185 dusky braces. Green leather at 180, 190, 195. Where's the closest to 225? Heavy scorpion braces we're not going to be able to make yet. Guardian leather braces seem to be the highest that we could potentially look at making ourselves. Because, yeah, my braces are tragic. Definitely need to fix some of this, which some of it will come from leatherworking, which will be nice. Spending a few gold on some green BOE upgrades from the auction house has been worth the gold, I think. I suspect that's probably the case. You'll find some cheap stuff. Like, weirdly, most of the stuff I've stumbled across, on like, so much stuff is being listed because everybody has been leveling, so there's been a flood of just stuff, you know. It may not necessarily be the best stuff, but there's a flood of just stuff. Once everybody's finished leveling, you tend to notice that that flood of just random stuff dries up pretty quick. And you end up with you end up having to hunt down like higher end gear. I mean, it, you know, I'm not dying. It's no problem. But more gear is always more gear.
Well, these great beasts know paths that you can't find on foot. They'll get you there fast and maybe show you something new at the same time.
Tend to pick an element to focus on, then build skills and build around it, etc. Planning on a lightning paladin. Yeah, that's usually somewhat of a smart way to approach things. Pick a skill that you just like and then try and do as much as you can to make that skill as potent as possible. For example, there's a 3.5 gold for a little over 20 DPS ranged weapons. Kind of worth it. I don't even know what weapon I've got right now. True shot bow. Yeah. Yeah, most of my stuff is trashed here, to be honest, but it works. It works. I kind of wanted to get all... I've devoted almost accidentally 2 entire streams this week to collecting about 4 relics. I don't know how I've managed that. Way too many squirrels. Do love me a squirrel. All the squirrels from every angle. But I think we'll play a little bit of Last Epoch for a few days. We'll see how that fares. I wanted to give some Last Epoch a little bit of a go anyway. In a week or so's time, we've got solo self-found hardcore, which could be amusing on the basis of how frequently I tend to die. Secondly, it could be another good opportunity to test to put Zygore through its paces. So we might do a little solo self-found business. Obviously, we don't necessarily know exactly when 10.2.6 is launching, but it's at some point next month. So the schedule ahead of us is a little bit open. I really should do some more focused stuff for like YouTube videos and things, but it's so quiet at the moment for like my main focus, which is retail. So quiet. Hardcore turning the world upside down. Well, I know categorically that hardcore is just going to be a meme fiasco for me, because I end up dying to stupid things in stupid ways. It'll generate a few good clips, that's for sure, as I scream and cry in rage because some ogre poked me from behind. This is no disrespect, but I'm amazed Samadan's got like 30 episodes deep in his hardcore little playthrough series on YouTube. I don't think I'm going to last 5 minutes playing hardcore, if I'm honest. Mage AoE leveling in hardcore? Nope. Nope, we're not going anywhere near a cloth character. Not happening. If we play hardcore, I'm going hunter, or I'm going probably something tanky. So, we are not picking anything even remotely squishy. Especially if it's solo self-found. Can't cheese the auction house for free loot. Good call, never died on the hunter. Oh, exactly, yeah. Never died, not even once. Not even once. Thank God there's no statistics in Classic. Do we get some gold from these, though? Do we get 6 quest achievement levels? Do we get, like, all of the juice? Oh, we do. We get gold apiece for these. Well.
Safe travels. Have a good one. See you around. See you later. Have a good
See
one.
you around. See you later.
Travels.
Safe
See you later.
travels.
See you around. Have a good one.
A supply bag.
See you around.
Yoink. Where is it? Woohoo! Teaches you a new engraving ability. Melee specialist. Raptor strike cooldown reduced to 3 seconds and is now instant. Mongoose bite cooldown is removed, and Raptor strike has a 30% chance on each attack to not trigger its cooldown. Hence why melee hunters are just like carving people into pieces. Until level 30, Shaman is probably the toughest class to kill on hardcore, but then it rapidly declines. Maybe. There'll be a lot of warlocks and hunters, as it'll be hard to afford mounts. It's a good point, actually. How would you go about... Yeah, because you're going to... Like, if it's a solo self-found thing, you're not using the auction house. How the... You're legitimately going to have to grind out your gold to get your mount, aren't you? Or is it going to be one of those things that you just won't get your mount until you're like way into like level 50 or something? Because you'll just need to have completed enough quests. FYI, it says Twitter on your YouTube bio. Huh? It says Twitter on your YouTube bio. Hang on. We got a typo somewhere. We got a typo. I don't know what you mean. It still is Twitter. Anybody that calls it X is a moron. Yeah, how would you actually go about in a solo self-found? Because obviously the theory goes is that you would just, you know, you pick up stuff and you sell it on the auction house. That's not going to happen on solo self-found, is it? Or are you going to hopefully rely... Are you hopefully going to rely on... Because, of course, the servers will contain 2 people. Will you be able to sell stuff on the auction house but not buy it? Is that how the solo self-found is going to work in hardcore? Because there'll be other players on your server who are not SSF, that they'll have disabled it, and they'll just be regular hardcore players. So it's not like the auction house won't exist, it's more like the fact that you just won't be able to buy anything from it. But will you be able to sell stuff? The auction house is disabled. If they just straight up turn the auction house off, that's going to be wild. SSF players can't interact with the auction house. How the hell are those characters going to get the gold they need then? They're going to literally have to grind mobs. Grind mobs, vendor shit, credit card, swipe. Buy your mount today for the low, low cost of $29.99. The stupid thing is I can see it happening. I can see that being a thing. Let's hope not. I'm missing 4 runes. I'm missing 4 runes. What 4 runes am I missing? Leveling, runes, hunter. Do we have aspect of the lion? Let's go through this methodically. Figure shit out. I do not have aspect of the lion. In fact, is that not heart of the lion? Is that not the same thing? It's the same thing. Do we have beast mastery? We should have beast mastery. Yes. Do we have carve? No. We don't have carve. Let's go get carve from Dunmara or Teldrassil. I don't think it matters, does it? We'll do that one. Wait, hello? Learn Tame Beast ability? You must already know the Tame Beast ability in order to get the rune. What? Kill null pine enemies around this area. Collect some deer musk. Alright, sure. Go on our travels then. I think most people don't even need to think about gold. How many are surviving to mount? How many are even surviving to mount levels? I mean, SSF hardcore though is going to be a different story. Because most people get their mount relatively quickly by gaining enough gold by selling shit on the auction house. Just by proxy of putting stuff on the auction house instead of vendoring everything. You double, if not triple, your gold. It'll probably just be that people will be way into their late 40s, 50s before they even get their basic mount. Which, let's be real, I probably will not need to worry too much about. Because, yeah, if I get past level 20, it will be a goddamn miracle. It will actually be a miracle. Dunmara's nearer to you. You're not wrong. That might be a play. You're not wrong. Let's do that. Crafting professions will also be very difficult. Well, because you'll be required to farm up all of your own materials. You'll have to have... How would you even go about doing some of those? Because... that's going to be crazy difficult in some spots because you're going to have to actively avoid anything that requires any other profession. Otherwise, you're going to have to be taking skin. Like, if let's say, for example, you're leveling up leatherworking, you are going to need to take leatherworking, take skinning, skin what you need to level up leatherworking, and hope at no point in leveling up of leatherworking are you going to stumble across something that comes from another profession. Some of the leatherworking patterns, for example, need bolts of cloth. Yeah, you're going to have to then just potentially, drop... What you're going to have to do, drop one okay, yeah,
Where would you like to fly to?
that's going to be interesting.
See you around.
You just have to actively avoid those recipes. It means that the optimal path to level up your professions might also, really change. There's not... In Classic, though, there's not that many choke points, I don't think. with your professions. I think you can... There's always one or two things you could craft, even if people choose to not craft some of them because they're super not efficient. But if you can do it in a self-sufficient way, then you might just have to. Treasure chests will be very valuable. Don't they offer some random materials too? It's true, yeah. Hunting down treasure chests will be super lucrative, I guess. I'm assuming you can mail items to your own account, so you'll need multiple toons. No, that's the entire point of solo self-found. You are one person, you are one character, you are on your own. No mailing. You will not have access to mail stuff. So it's gonna make hardcore SSF really challenging for most players. Of course, your big boy streamers will hit 60 in 3 days and it'll be GG all the way. But there'll be for most players, I think it will be quite a challenge. You forget how in an MMO how often and how easy you do rely on others, right? You know. Oh, we'll just go pick this up from the auction house and just quickly buy this, you know. It will be a very slow, very methodical grind to 60, let's put it that way. You may not even want to waste your time on crafting at all. Well, if it... I don't know. If you just purely rely on like world drops and quest rewards, you are going to be severely undergeared at all points. This is why you actually, messing around, spending time with professions might seem like a net loss, but it's going to provide you gear that hopefully will mean that you can actually continue to quest and not die. It could be quite cool. My frustration is that it will get completely trivialized by a handful of top streamers and then the hype will die down. But like, if you consider it a 100% solo adventure, I think it'll all be quite good. I'm not sure the big streamers can rush it. All their advantages are gone. No, because there'll be dumb shit happening. There'll be dumb shit. Because whilst you may not be able to group up and whilst you may not be able to trade gear, you will still find people running around in groups of 5 on Discord. Like, you know, bodyguarding, and streamers will do fine. Don't you worry. Like, big streamers will do fine. Where something can be gamified, it will be gamified, but as a caster, you will want enchanting for your wand. Being a mage or a priest even makes enchanting almost mandatory. Could be quite interesting. Hardcore appealed to me via its normal iteration. But hardcore solo self-found appeals yet more, because you're right, a lot of the gamer doing gamer things are kind of like not possible in an SSF environment, which I think could be quite cool. I don't suspect I will get very far, because I'll do something dumb like AFK and then just get killed, or I'll be reading chat and get killed, or we'll spot a squirrel and it'll be, you know, I'll walk into an elite mob or something, but it could be amusing for a few days. Aren't the things enchanters need from blacksmiths? Yeah, I genuinely have no idea how people are going to properly level up their professions. It's going to literally be a case of you will probably have one primary profession and your second primary profession slot will just be churned, but you'll probably cycle it and rotate it. But you've also got to remember that that process is going to take you forever, because it's not like you can quickly go to the auction house and buy a bunch of shit to quickly level up a profession again. And there's no, if you drop a profession in Classic, it's gone. You know, it is going to make professions a monster to deal with. But your alternative is that you rely entirely on questing and world drops to get your gear, and you might just not get shit to drop, or there just might not be quests that give you what you want. You might just have a real tough time for some level bracket before you can do something fancy. Solo self-found also I would assume completely nullifies dungeons, right? Dungeons just won't be available to you. Because you can't group up. So it's not like you could just say, alright, well, I have got a dog shit piece of gear right now, but it's alright, in 3 levels time we can go do this dungeon and there's a chance to get this sort of thing. I'm sure the multi-dollar company that Blizzard is, surely there won't be anything that they miss on launch of that will slip through the net. I'm hoping that they have, you know, somebody at Blizzard must have sat down with each class and figured out what the path to level 60 is going to be. Because of course they can, you know, they can use God mode and all sorts of hacks and things in test platforms internally just to check that there is even like a viable path to 60. But it could be fun. It could be quite interesting to see just how because one thing you can always rely on gamers to do is to figure out some weird and wacky way to do something that the devs never even considered. That's what I love about gaming communities. They'll pull some magic out the bag from somewhere that's so outside the box that people won't have even thought about it. I don't think the devs will care. Players asked for that mode, they got it. I suppose maybe. They might just be like, right, do it then. You do you. It's possible. I somewhat worry with this, actually. That This will allow you to tame a deer as your pet with the... Use your tame beast on a deer critter. I was going to say, we're going to need to dismiss our pet before we do this. Is there a pet master in Coldridge Valley, or are we best... I think we've just passed a pet master. Since we're going into a dum-dum level low zone, I'll put Spot away for now. But I'm just thinking we might need to... I mean, admittedly, I should have done this moons ago, but... You're a pet trainer, at the very least.
You've come for training in order to pass it on to your pets? Be good.
I was kind of hoping there was a stable... There is a stable master, there we go.
What can I do for you?
Right, Spot, in you go. Paddington's only level 31, look. We should level Paddington up as well at some point. Right, Paddington and Spot can chill in there for a minute. Wait. What's going on here? No, I'm on the Teldrassil one again. Hang on. Chimera shot, dwarf only, Dunmarad. That's not even the right flipping guide. Hello. Wait up. Carved Dunmarad. It's on the wrong flipping... That way. Okay. I thought something was fishy with this. Thought something was going on here. this is my point, right? I end up paying so little attention to what the hell it is I'm doing half the time. That's going to get me killed in hardcore as I randomly stroll into Elite or something. Players have been playing SSF for years, just unofficially with mods. I'm glad they get an official mode now. Yeah, it's probably true, actually, that within minutes you'll spot people throwing guides out because they'll have already been doing it for a long time. Wandering Swordsman? I can't attack you.
Lightly with you.
Think you're up to the challenge? How do I challenge you?
Light bless you.
Can I not? I guess that's an NPC specifically for the other faction then, right? Oh, it's a warrior rune. Is that what it is? Okay. At least you just blame chat. I mean, I can blame chat. That's true. Right, kill the trogs, collect a rabbit musk. That first step is pretty straightforward. You know, it's weird. I still, even though we're mounted up now, I still feel slow. I mean, we are moving at 60% speed, so I can't complain, but we still feel slow. And this is as fast as we go. Literally as fast as we go for quite some time. Just need a dragon mount or something, don't we, really? Right. It's pew pew. I don't even want those. Oh, I got my rabbit musk instantly. Well, that's easy enough, isn't it? Use the rabbit musk. This will allow you to tame a rabbit as your pet with your tame beast spell. You can tame any rabbit critter in Dunmara. You'll be going to Amberstill Ranch afterwards, so try to find one near there. I need a rabbit. I need a rabbit. Diddle 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 diddle. I need a rabbit. I need a rabbit. Woohoo! We have a bunny! Is he going to follow me? Carrot on a stick for faster mount. Is that in phase 3? I mean, yeah, an extra 10%. I guess or everything counts, I suppose. Assuming that you're willing to use a trinket slot. But then again, I guess you don't have to use it in combat, do you? Who are we talking to? Toby. Have a friend. Looks down, kicking some gravel. Wait, what? Where's me Rune? Where's he gone? There it is. Woohoo! One more. Getting there. Beautiful. 15 out of 18. What am I missing then? What are we missing? Carve done. Chimera shot. Got Chimera shot. Cobra strikes. Was a chest one. We don't have Cobra strikes. Cobra strikes. What is the other ones? Let's get the guides loaded up now so I just got them ready. Missing Cobra Strikes. Have we got Explosive Shot? Of course we've got Explosive Shot. Flanking Strike. Flanking Strike I don't think I've got. We're missing Flanking Strike. That's also in Dunmorah. Handy. And presumably the last one that we're missing. Kill command, we've got Lone Wolf. Did we get Lone Wolf? We've got Lone Wolf. Master Marksman. Got Master Marksman. Serpent Spread. Oh, we buy Serpent Spread. We need to just buy this. That's 2 gold. And then Sniper Training we've got as well. Okay. So, 2 more then. 2 more, and then we buy the one from the capital city. Cobra Strikes, we got to go on travelling. Flanking Strike is around here somewhere, though. Ah! Genius! Kill large Marat pig meat. Let's also go pick up Spot as well. Let's not forget to pick up Spot. These don't stack, do they? No. And we have the 2 gold to get the last one. Right, might be able to relatively quickly. I don't know what's involved in getting Cobra Strikes, but I don't think we're too far away from actually having all of the runes again now. It means I can play around, we can test, we can do whatever we want. Finally cracked it. I've worked out the solid chest spawn rotation and timing. I'm now getting 20 plus solid chests an hour. Ka-ching! That's money in the bank right there, because that's going to that presumably is going to give you a bunch of shinies. That's not bad at all. Keep that a closely guarded secret. In before somebody turns it into a weak aura. Because that will happen. Or do yourself a favour and make it into a weak aura first. What are we killing around here? The boars. Oh, I didn't pick up I didn't pick up Spot. Let's go get Spot first. I don't want to run about without Spot. Feel bad. Poor Spot. I've only been farming them for the waylaid supplies. Are you not getting a whole bunch of, like, what will end up being phase 3 mats and stuff as well? Rune cloth bolts and stuff.
Welcome. See you soon.
Surely there's some value in the other bits and bobs. True silver bars are going for 4 gold a piece, a few blues, 12 slot bags, just the noticeable so far. It's the numbers game though, right? If you're getting 20 plus an hour, do that for a few hours. And even 1% drop chances will be in your hands. What are we killing? Dunmorah, large crag boars. Oh, this is a problem. This is a problem I didn't foresee. I need to pew it, not spot. Hello? Sure. What am I looking for from these? Dunmore pygmy. Beast tracks? What's this? Hello? What are you about? Is this part of a low-level quest or something that I've never done? I don't know, I've been led in here. Feels like a trap. Feels like a trap. Let's not get distracted. We're looking for piggy pigs. Find me the piggy pigs. Forgot how slow mounting was back then. Yeah, good old 3-second cast timer to get on your mount. That adds up really quick. There it is. Use the Dunmore pig meat. Use it next to a pile of meat and bones inside the cave. Oh! Haha! That's where we were there a minute ago. Now it makes sense. Dun dun dun. Dead. See you later. Is he tameable? He'd be cool. He is. You can tame him and still get the rune. Ah, should have thought about that. Should have tamed him, you know. I don't know if he's a unique appearance, but there we go. There's flanking strike. Right, Cobra strikes and then purchase one. That's it. He looks like a goblin that walks with a brown shredder machine. He's a vendor that walks between Taran Mill and South Shore. Along the path he stops and stands in a crumbled tower for a while before moving on. Buy freshwater snapper bait, 20 silver apiece. Use the freshwater snapper bait, use it while standing on the wooden boat, kill a dude, level 25 turtle, get Cobra strikes. Easy clap. Right. That then. We take a pit stop in Ironforge. Whilst in Ironforge, we can pick up the one from the flipping, what do you call it? The 2 gold one. And we are rapidly approaching all runes. Now, how do we get up this hill? As rapidly as you do anything in Classic, that is. Now, whilst it's, if we just ignore the numbers for a minute, what I can actually say is in today's stream was so successful, I doubled my gold in this stream. Yep. You heard me right. Doubled my total gold in this stream. Impressive, right? We went from 12 gold to 24 almost. Boom. Ah, I'm a fraud. Still not 70. How are you doing, Jack? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. We'll get 70 soon. One day. Season of Discovery TBC. We'll make it happen. I think Last Epoch's going to get in the way of that, though. Right, is this where Serpent Spread is? Is this where there's a vendor for Serpent Spread? Supplies officer.
Hey there.
Yoink. There's another one. What are all these other things? Priests, druids, blacksmithing 150, tailoring 125, engineering 205. $12 bag. Not essential on this character.
Safe travels.
Okay, 17 down, 1 to go. Doing the same in retail would be hard. In a way, in a very weird, in a very masochistic way, it would be interesting if they did like a retail game mode that just turned back the clock and you just you would be forced to go through every expansion at the leveling pace that the expansion originally had, which would be an interesting, because if you think about 10-ish hours of play for each expansion. Now, obviously, it makes it a bit weird with level squishes that we've had, but like, if you were forcibly made to level through every expansion at the original expansion pace, like I said, it's pretty masochistic to even consider doing something like that, but I mean, that'd be one way to see the storyline. Where's your war within Alpha invite? I don't know, Jack. It's lost in the mail, clearly. Clearly the mailman's gobbled it. God, I hope I get in the Alpha. I really do. I really hope I get in the Alpha. I'm going to be a sad goblin if I don't. I'm going to have to tap some people up for some favours. Oh, I had quests I could have handed in there. Boo. It's going to be a while since I come back to Ironforge, isn't it, really? Maybe we'll make a return trip after we've got this one. Buy a freshwater snapper bait and then kill a dude. Okay. Can't trust Finnish postie. Yeah, clearly not. Give you a tip. Mail Blizzard, tell them you're a content creator specialized in crafting. They need alpha testers for crafting and stuff. Oh, they definitely will. They definitely will. I think that there is really not that many people who put all that much focus into professions and stuff like that anymore. We'll be fine. It'll be all good. Too many public rants. Yeah, this is the risk. Like, there's one part of not being like in Blizzard's pocket that's quite nice, is that I can quite happily do and say whatever the hell I want without any concern of it affecting anything else. I'm not saying that any like official WoW partners have any sort of restriction from doing that anyway, but it will always sit at the back of your mind, won't it? If you get some sort of preferential treatment, it's a touch more difficult to be critical, I guess. Damn, we got that Zygore sponsor now, balling. I did tap up the Zygore guys for a bit of a discount code, yeah. It's not a sponsorship though. I have not been, that no money has been exchanged hands in any way, shape or form. They are, it is a referral link though. I hope you don't get paid just on downloads, because those are shitty. It's an affiliate commission. If you sign up via my affiliate link, I do get a kickback as a thank you for the referral. Fuck those, they suck. This one doesn't. I don't need to go into details, but this one doesn't. Do you want these? Blah, 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 blah. Got millions of them for your mage. I've been vendoring them. No, just continue vendoring them. Though those scroll things, you have to pay to turn them into something interesting anyway. So if you don't use them, just vendor them. You have to buy a vendor reagent to even turn them into something useful. So most of the time they're a net loss. What we got going on here? There's tunes popping up in my ear. I've just realised my alerts are in a really weird spot. I should probably move my alerts. Scope Killer with a raid. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Welcome. Hope you're well. You've actually turned up not too close to the end of my stream. I've got one last rune to get, and then I'm hungry. I need me some food. I only had a small breakfast. The mage scrolls, one of them lets you res other party members. Yeah, so there's a couple of them that are handy.
Talk to me.
Oh, hello. What do I need? What am I buying? Freshwater snapper bait. One of you. What else do you have? Earthen leather shoulders. Already known. 20. Okay, it sells on the auction house for less than you buy it from on this vendor. That's fun. An orb of power. Cheaper on the auction house than it is to buy from the vendor. Red woolen bag, fireproof orb. Goblin jumper cables. Okay. Clearly way too many people have come to this NPC before. Let's ignore that then. Let's go get our Cobra scales. Let's get it on. Streaming more than normal? Not really. I usually stream... Well, it's Monday through till Friday. I usually stream for between 3 to 4 hours. Admittedly, yeah, I guess you could say that we've... the stream lengths have been a touch longer. 3 to 4 hours is my aim. Sometimes it goes over, depending on what I'm doing. He's been kind to the wife, allowed to stream longer. Yeah, I've earned my keep. Woohoo! Can we skin him and all? We can. Alright, is that 18 of 18 now? 18 of 18. Now, see, that's what happens when we put our head down, right? We get some progress made. Where the hell is it? There it is. Boom! 18 of 18 runes. Done. All P1, all P2 runes. We got professions to do next, and then of course there's the gearing process will begin. Now we may take a bit of a pause for a few days. Last Epoch launches officially tomorrow. Actually, that's a really good question. Whilst it may officially go live tomorrow, is there a time implication on this? Hang on, where's Steam? Steam's not going to tell me, is it? Is there does somebody know? Somebody must know the answer to this. Somebody always knows the answer to this. You guys are smart. Okay, well, we'll play it by ear. I'll get Last Epoch installed. I'll have a little poke about and see what's what. It goes 1.0 tomorrow at some point. Now, I don't know if it's going to go 1.0 at a convenient time for my stream, or whether it will go 1.0 later in the day and it might have to be a reserve for Thursday thing. So we'll see. Tomorrow could be WoW. Tomorrow could be Last Epoch. We will see. The timing will tell. But I'm going to leave it there for today, boys and girls. Thank you all for joining. I hope you've enjoyed. I, once again, much appreciate your company. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the subs, the bits, the follows, the button presses of all varieties. Any of you that have checked out Zygore, there's a free trial for Zygore you can try if you are still on the fence about it. I think it works up until level 10 or 20 or something. Not entirely sure. Feel free to check it out. I won't drop you a quick cheeky link back again in the chat. Use code MANTHY, get 20% off. Help support me, help support the channel. Keep me doing what I'm doing. Much appreciates all the same. Underpaid mod here. And I might even sling Jack a stinky cheese at some point and all. Yeah. Thank you, Jack, for the mod. Appreciate it. Thank you. Last Epoch launches at 5 p.m. GMT. Okay, 5 p.m. GMT is ultimately going to be 7 p.m. for me. So it is likely that tomorrow's stream will be a little bit more WoW. That kind of works nicely. That kind of works nicely. That means we should be able to focus on getting professions capped and stuff tomorrow as well. That could be quite cool. That might work out perfectly. So yeah, back again tomorrow, boys and girls. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Tomorrow's, actually thinking about it, tomorrow's Wednesday, isn't it? We often do a double stream on Wednesday. So hey, we might do both tomorrow. We'll see. We might do both. We might do some WoW in the morning and then some Last Epoch in the evening. We'll see how it goes. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Come say hi in the Discord. Press the buttons. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace.